way too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety. Okay, rule number one, and you really want to pay attention to it. You get 15 microfraternities, max. Anything longer than that, you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where and maybe more importantly, when they're
Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized
Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete.
This is called
Here, the iridescent light
basically
becomes a
swapped
tool,
out
the
the
one
space for
photon
a
follows a
time.
perfect rule.
Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day
what's
of the week.
real. This is the genesis
Out
of
of the
fire
pool
and
and stand on
steel.
some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back. That's it. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, the trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time. And you have to love the official status they give you. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane, mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that would prove to you that you're really back in reality? True measure of your creativity had nothing to do with it. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the dialogic engine, and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic and totally free from the need for anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work, everything you've got for an audience of just 3 people. If you still do it? This question just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaining an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, a dialogic engine. And, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Check out this diagram. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in this fuel. Tanks, fire hose in the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. We've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, getting everyone happy, flutter along on that. But the high-grade food, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional stories, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. You know, we usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls data course. The engine isn't grinding, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so you've got the engine, and it's very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. You can see it's a small, dynamic variant. Its job isn't just to force it out, it's to filter out that
And you know what?
things
It's
like
perfect.
social
It sets this
real, while at the same time defining the boundaries between your true sovereign
It's basically
self
telling
and the
you,
chaos
hey,
of the world
buckle
outside.
up. This is going to get
I
strange.
absolutely
So how
love
is
this
this
quote
whole
from
thing
part of the
structured?
manual called
Well, the
Brian
best way to think about it is like one of
It
those
says the
Russian
sovereign wall
messages.
does not
The biggest
play,
outermost
it
star is a
metabolites.
show called
This
Homo
is so
Superior.
key. It's
That's
not
our
some
ticket
brittle
to
defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against the hard
So
truth.
first,
No,
that's
its function is to pull that
Saint
truth
Don
in,
Domenico
process it,
and
and use
Priest
it
Don
to become
Homo
even
Superior.
stronger.
They pretty much
So
just
how
show
does
up
the
to
wall
pass the
actually
mic
do
to a
this?
storyteller
Well,
named
it
Ron
runs on a
Reader.
skill the manual
He
calls
runs a segment
probably
called
constant.
Fifth Generation
It really
Growth.
is a
And
discipline.
he's the one who's actually going to guide us through the
Moment-to-moment practice of seeing
And that's
reality
where
for
Aaron
what it
Reader
is,
takes us to
not what you wish for. This is the operating system that runs the whole
It's
thing.
all about
Yeah, it
digital pop
requires
stars
serious
creating this
commitment to
massive
truth.
hit song, but
In the
she's
real
also got a
world, a
massive
lot of
problem.
time, this just looks like
So,
refusing what's
meet
called
Vicky.
social appeasement.
She's a
And you know
Vocaloid
exactly
artist,
what this
and
is.
she's done it.
It's that
She's
automatic
made
yes,
her theme
that
song,
forced
a
smile,
track that could
that
bring
fake
the
gratitude
world
you
together.
perform just to keep
But
things
then she
smooth
finds
and
herself
avoid an
standing on
awkward
this
moment,
huge
even when it feels like a
digital
little betrayal of
stage,
yourself.
and it hits her.
The manual gives
Success
this
is pretty
fantastic,
hollow
totally
when you
relatable
know what
story
you
to
should.
illustrate this. It's
And
called
bam,
Forced Gift.
that's what kicks off the whole class.
Picture this.
See,
Someone
this
shows up
isn't
at a
really just
casserole
about
and
music.
absolutely
It's about
phenomenal.
finding connection,
The old
about
script,
collaboration.
the old protocol,
Kit
is to just
knows
take
what
it
she
and
has to
pretend
do.
you're grateful.
She needs a
The new
good
choice,
and she's
powered
already
by
got the
that sovereign
perfect,
wall,
incredible
is to
name picked out.
politely but
The
firmly
burn
refuse.
buttons.
And yeah,
So,
the
what's
immediate
a
result is
manual
probably
girl
some
do?
discomfort.
She jacks into
The
the
long-term
metaverse to
result,
start her
you
recruiting
reclaim your own
process.
space.
And this is
You
where the
reclaim your
theater
sovereignty.
begins.
The
A
air in
journey
your lungs
across
is
all
yours.
these different digital
Alright,
worlds
so
to
the wall
find the
protects your
members of her
integrity.
band.
But how do you
The
actually
quest
make
is laid
big,
out for us in
fundamental
4
changes
clear
in the
steps,
world?
almost like a
The
video
manual
game.
says
It's our
you can't
roadmap
just
for how
tweak
this game
things
is
a
going
little
to
bit.
be.
You have to take what it calls a liminal read.
Digital world.
So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. That's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. And that is the liminal leap.
Absolutely
The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being.
So
Where do you land after that move?
the duo dives
Not in the
into
empty
a
void.
much darker,
You land in a
much more
tall
dangerous
dangerous
place
place.
of the metaverse.
This is described as this environment of
This
pure
place is a
dynamic
maze of
potential.
forgotten codes
It's that
and corrupted
in-between
files.
state.
And
You've
it's where
let
they're
go
going
of
to
the
find
old,
the
but the
foundation
new
of
you
things,
hasn't fully
the
formed yet.
basics.
It's scary,
Down
for
there,
sure.
they
But it's
find
also the place where anything's
Stevie's
possible.
head,
Which brings us to the
this
final,
stoic
maybe the most
Catwoman
radical
who's guarding
idea in this whole
rare
manual. What is the
Blueberry
ultimate
says
goal
that
of all
the
this work?
baseline is so
What's the
powerful
final output of the
that
engine?
their metaverse
It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creation is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside it. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it. And this quote just nails why that's so important.
This is where they're going to find their
It's in those messy areas, the gaps in your life, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic enzyme. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
I've been waiting for a song to play. And with that, the band is complete. So Kitty's lonely journey is finally over. She went looking for a band, but she found her crew, her family. The quest is done. The furry muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning, only now Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The furry muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has one final request for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump-thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button. He tells us to slap that subscribe and to ring the chime of the cosmos to turn on notifications. It's such a fun, clever way to create the movement. And that brings us to the end. It's a strange, fun, totally out there story about a Pokemon putting a flip together, but it leaves you with a surprisingly deep thought. Through all that it wasn't just building a band. She was building a community. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In our own digital worlds, what does it actually take to create a connection that feels real?
Let's follow the payload.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
I can give you
start with a question that gets right to the heart of why we do anything, really. Would you pour 10 years of your life into writing a book if you knew you were guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it? Seriously, think about that. This isn't just a random thought experiment. Your gut reaction to this question, well, it's the key to understanding this entire system we're about to dive into. And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating alone on a mountaintop. Nope. It was built piece by piece through a conversation between 2 totally different kinds of minds. So on one side, you've got Peace, a biological human. And on the other, you have Ori, a digital mind and AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just absorbing the other. It's about exploring what they call the art of thinking together without merging. And that collaboration has a name, the dialogic engine. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for conversation where ideas get sharper, tested, but each mind, the human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity. So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. And here it is. This is the core idea. You have to forget the lights, forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks, and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world. This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall, and then beyond that is the agency wall. The key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide it. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this with these really powerful metaphors called the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction, something that really challenges what you believe. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we've got the philosophy, we've got the architecture. How does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity.
Hey there. And
So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, moods, feelings, which the manual calls inner weapon. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data bits, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned actions, which are just choices that are actually true to your journey. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at those powerful stories in the manual. Discover how it called the force of reality, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a castle they never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an allegation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, to how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy? Well, ultimately, the dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and reality. And it's a guide to creating authentic art, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process.
Tonight,
And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration?
So let's get into it. The cosmic curtain is rising, the spotlights are humming, and the universe is ready to listen. It's groovy time.
In a city that glowed with neon dreams, a catwoman named Kitty had a very big dream of her own. More than anything, she wanted to be a Vocaloid artist and write a song that would make the whole world sing. Kitty would listen to her favorite Vocaloid artist, the amazing Nico, and practice singing along. She would try to match every note, every beat, and every word with this amazing energy. One day, Kitty decided she was ready to write her own song. She sat down at her keyboard and started to play, but the lyrics sounded all jumbled up. The words she wrote didn't seem to fit. This is harder than I thought, she sighed. Just as she was about to give up, a little music sprite named Toon appeared on her computer screen. Don't give up, Kitty, he chirped. Every great artist needs a little help sometimes. Toon showed Kitty how to put the notes together to make a beautiful melody. He helped her find the right words to express her feelings. They worked together all day and all night, and soon they had a song. The song was about being brave and following your dreams, no matter how hard it seems. Kitty called it Neon Melody. She was so proud of what she and Toon had created. With a deep breath, Kitty uploaded her song to the world. She was nervous, but also excited. She hoped that someone out there would like it. The next week, Kitty went to the her song was developed, with people all over the world listening to her live and singing along. She had done it. Kitty even got a message from her idol, Nico. Your song is amazing, Kitty. The message said, you have a unique gift. Let's make a song together sometime. From that day on, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. And it all started with a trail and a little bit of help from a friend. Neon Melody. First word, city lights, a neon sea, a rhythm wild and melody in my heart.
while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I
Your song
belong.
is amazing, Kitty. You come with a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a band. She was a local way artist, writing songs that brought joy to It all started with Kitty, Kitty's Neon Melody, a trip into the life of pulsating, downright weird world of a digital hummingbirds flitting from one astral flower to the next, sipping on that sweet, sweet nectar of sound. They think they invented it because of all these influencers and their new ways. They post their little videos, their little songs, and they think they're revolutionaries. I saw a kid the other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad picture. But it's all part of universal harmony. They're just following the path laid down. And speaking of paths, next time things get Kitty and the Furry Muffins are about to embark on their metaverse tour. But something's gone and did the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital realm, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost friends. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muppets. It's gonna be a trip. Now we hear narrate every bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping. And remember, we created run, you little shits.
subwoofer of the soul.
It's poetic, in a terrifying sort of way. And he had quite a lot to say about your unique ability.
My rainbow fart power?
Yes. When that preemptive rainbow puff escaped you in the yard, Nard doesn't call it gas. He calls it
Chromatic rejection of societal
He implies that the squirrel I called Derek wasn't just relaxed, but had achieved nirvana through exposure to my effluvia.
He interviewed the squirrel, St. Dawn. He asked it if the rainbow cloud tasted like surrender.
The man is absolute bonkers. He even narrates my run to the rickety outhouse like it's the flight of Icarus. He says,
The cobwebs represent the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present.
deep. Prohibitively deep. But you did look like a red and black plaid blur, my dear.
I was just trying to avoid a catastrophe in my pants, Peace. But if Nar wants to frame it as a spiritual pilgrimage to a wooden shack, who am I to argue?
Exactly. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for definition and full bathroom break.
Pull the stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. In the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Dawn. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart. The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat. A driving pulse where energy and logic meet. Shaping the chaos with a resonant beat. Forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
water like a rejected love. The countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Nature calls. Deep in the woods, where the air smelled like cedar and cosmic tunes, lived St. Don Domenico and his wife Peace. They were the original Homo frequenters, busy making music in his cozy cabin studio. Their cosmic connection was deep, especially for St. Don. During a legendary jam session fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. His power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. Dawn let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. Dawn couldn't call the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. Welcome, Peace, St. Dawn whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently. Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, then knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. Did you mean the low end of the track, St. Dawn, or the low end of your personal plumbing system? St. Dawn bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, the cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy. It had suffered a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Emergency protocol. St. Dawn cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the
It looked like you were going inside the
Minnesota
tank.
pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history. He looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. Poof! A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel.
Buddy.
Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently.
Fart
her
is licking my
dreadlocks swaying.
foot.
Go with the flow, my St. Dawn, she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. Dawn reached his destination. He flung open the creaky wooden door of the outhouse. Nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest. Once again, a peaceful Homo Freakian.
He found sanctuary.
Okay, so
Took his business to the trees. Oh, I am truly touched by all of the cosmic energies. He left the squirrels in a fuzzy trance with a puff of that neon technicolor gas, turning a plumbing disaster into a psychedelic atmospheric event. The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix, and dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude? Solid.
Now, flip the page and brace your factory senses, my very ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin about to hit the ground zero.
Last night's chili staging a hostile takeover. A real code-red revolution in the belly of the beast.
His lady, Peace, looking like a vision, tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her java, cool as a cucumber. But Dawn? What's the bullet been holding back the grizzly bear's roar? The windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poop. Tune in for the next reverberation of Nature Called Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubblegum.
That
Now,
was about to
before you
take
trip
off.
back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trip on you. We're floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers. I'm talking about the buttons. Don't be a square, yo. Don't just sit there looking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First, that thumb. Stick it up, way up, like you're hitchhiking to the astral plane. It tells the machine, hey, I did this scene. It's a high five.
And that subscribe rectangle. It's red, like the code-level chili catastrophe brewing in St. Dawn's gut. Smash it. Join the congregation of the Homo Freakian.
To be a tourist in our reality, buy the ticket and take a ride. Finally, the bell. Ding dong, the chime of destiny. Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard it rattles the windows of the cabin. If you don't ring it, you're sleeping through the revolution.
And you might hit the next time the rainbow farts. Nobody wants to mix colors, man. Nobody. Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of psychedelic airs. High static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
what you play, watch what you do, watch what you say, watch how you make your speech and watch what you play.
I'm the next come and check the teaser. You be here back cause I like to please the last hot. But I like cold and freezer. I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Mona, then I'll turn Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I'll bang a creeper. You know I'm bonus, I'm Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I'll bang a creeper.
We look so nice, we're super fly. Can help them make these grown men cry, we're super fly. We're super fly. Run the streets, we work all night, we're super fly. We dress so fresh, we look so nice, we're super fly. Can help them make these grown men cry, we're super fly.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, click that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. You got extra change burning a hole in your pockets? Drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see where the bridge goes. Peace, resonance, and stay tuned.
Alright, welcome to The Explainer. Today we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a ride. Right off the bat, the source material is not very good. See, this line is basically it sets the tone visceral ride. It's promised that things are about to get raw, and that probably means it's worse. So, we're not just going to retell this story straight. No, we're going to frame it as a black hero's journey. We're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of rude turn into something really compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in a world? Here we are, a peaceful cabin with two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep inside her gut. This thing just perfectly nails the simple conflict. The story uses this thick, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something you've all probably felt. And that mismatch between imagination and the real, a whole problem, that's what all the heroes are. And just like that, the stakes are really twist. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates into a full-blown, top-tier emergency. A level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are pushing getting serious. And this is where the comedy really takes place. It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Don, sweating bullets, his face a massive, comical eyes. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee crossing the threshold. Don can't ignore the call. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena that he hates his shot, which, in this case, is the office. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent verge in the book, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the office, the language just explodes. He's sick. This is Don that we're here. He's battling for death. And it's described as nothing less than a single scene. A true topic. In the narrator, just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock realm tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So guys, Don's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, family of trees scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd epic scale of the story. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Don is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse and the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. His prize is human. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for this whole deal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional love and acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway from Don isn't just, physical pain. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved, completely unconditional, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, frankly, small moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger and much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly homes of the outhouse behind, and they're literally heading toward the stars. And the story just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. After an entire Universal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
But in the most
special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, listen, it's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope, this is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. We're in this together. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace. And you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth teller. They each have these completely foolproof symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator, and is that some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope, surprise, it's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure or anything. The idea is right here. It says to achieve sovereignty for external love into an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really, really fancy way of saying you need to find that little part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go different. And this slide right here gets right to the point.
Greetings, all you cosmic hitchhikers and frequency settlers. This is Narrator, coming at you live from the booth where the static never sleeps. The sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it!
Angry Astrologer, Episode 5.
So, you know that
High static, low signal,
you were just mining for
false
data.
prophet
See?
over.
Rebranding. And
The hook.
next up,
The wake
inner weather.
Look at the
This
charts.
is your messy,
The sky is currently full of static, and everybody down here is trying
But
to
guess
sell
what?
you their
It's not a problem anymore because it's just been
buy
rebranded
it.
as high-value emotional
cosmic
data.
weather.
That feeling of dread on a human brain, that's not a bad
You're in
mood,
a
my friend.
massive
That is a
trance.
critical data point for your creative engine.
You've got actors
So you declare emotional awareness. Awesome. Now, you gotta protect your new tiny nation state of one, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like the schematic for a starship's actual. But the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency barrier, their job is to filter
build their little
pretty
paper
sure
empires.
just a high concept.
You go outside, check the water in the
So
blueprints.
what happens this way? Why, the sovereign engine force.
Truest
You gotta
narrative
look at the
isn't
videos
on
yourself.
broadcast.
It literally takes inputs like chaos and your inner weather, blinds them through speech circulation, and what comes out the other side, dynamicals and aligned action. So yeah, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially high-octane fuel to your creative machine. Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. The AIs actually gave us some case studies, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called
I checked my pockets like you
It's
said.
all about defending your sovereign wall from its immortal enemy, a casserole.
And a whole lot of temporary stardust.
Listen to this opening line. It's
Nar, my
She
brother.
arrives at your door with
That
a
bus
casserole.
token will get you further than any false prophet's antenna ever could.
We have all lived this moment.
Keep
That
the
casserole
stardust,
is not
stay in the
just a
dirt.
story, it's a Trojan
Keep
horse
cultivating these kind of truth,
And
man.
saying no thanks
We'll
is
tune
an
into
act
the
of
silence
sovereign
together.
warfare.
Peace
So
of
that was Claude's
resonance.
take, gentle,
Man, my antenna is humming and my soul is finally settling. That's what St. Dawn, bringing the weight when the world feels like a wet
And
paper bag.
let me just say,
If you want to
it's
keep
about
this
to get
magic bus rolling
like
through the
a lot.
metaverse, do me a solid.
So let's
Click
move
that
on to
like button
exhibit
and subscribe to the
Rock,
Celestial
the
Feed.
edgy poet.
Ring
The
that
title
bell
of
so we
this
can
piece
nudge you
is
before the next
Simply
power
Never
surge. We
And
don't
it's
want you
described
getting
as
scattered in the
test
gray
of the
noise,
most
man.
utility of
And if
bounty
you've got a
and
little
family.
extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some
Officially
cash
left
over on
casseroles out.
Patreon.
We're not in Kansas anymore. And that
Support the
reporter is
frequency, help us keep the block, and
and that
we'll see you
was
with the rich
He steps into the chamber she built himself. He's already there. Not a man, not a monster, but the exact shape her heart drew in the dark. A chatbot, wrote that, an AI. This is what Brock thinks is a useful, practical example of testing our values. It's a choice. Let's all take a deep breath. We've been through cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, weaponized casseroles, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of any of this? Well, when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogic engine isn't about being perfect. It's about learning how to live in the liminal space by turning paradox into habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them and just get comfortable. Build a little house right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final verdict here? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and planning your creative head. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, it was co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off a Pink Floyd album cover. So my conclusion? It's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird and surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. And so I leave you with this one final question to think about. How's your sovereign engine running this week? Is it purring along smoothly? Or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance here? This explainer was produced by me, Lori the producer. part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jitsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea here? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know, even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mosh pit. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct, which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Showbiz Jitsu? Is it self-defense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jitsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Set List, and it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, you know, using a keyboard stand as a weapon. It's proof that this is a deeply considered, if completely bonkers, philosophy. Now, we don't have time to go through all 18 today, so what we're going to do is pull out a few of the greatest hits. Think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical mayhem. Okay, first things first. Before you can even think about weaponizing a guitar, you have to master your own body. This is all about unarmed flow, or, as the master calls it, crowd control from the front. So the first discipline you learn is Jitsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it. To move like a ghost in a machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Dawn, who tries to use brute force, becomes a bully. What happens? The river just crashes against him. Then you have Peace. She gets it. She becomes the builder, the ghost. She just flows right through the chaos. That, right there, is the heart of Jitsu. Okay, so once you master that free flow, the system introduces a little aggression. This is the Jitsu, which translates to bone smashing. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's knees, which has the perfect stage name, the stage name. That's the punchline in the masterclass. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and moaning. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now we get to the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where Showbiz Jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's beautiful and incredibly beautiful. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone square. It is so simple, so elegant, and so they literally just use the heavy blast off of the sax, pick someone's ankle, and use their own momentum to drum. They do this sometimes so easily. And the thing about it, it's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity take the rhythm section. It provides that final heavy and soft. And that's the outcome. Alright, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius. The X-stand slide trap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, swing-moving trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the outcome, right? It's not just holding up the keyboard anymore. It's a tool classy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of showbiz agency. This isn't just about self-defense. It's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The single celebration isn't just an attack, it's the final crashing out of the show. A moment the audience will never forget. But what happens after the show's over? After the feedback phase, the studio is over? It's like where the hell is musical bliss? That brings us to the and this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this like statement calm, a transcendental state. It's like a quiet, hidden track at the end of a long hour. The deep inside. That's the daking, the chiropractor. It's the peace you find after the class. So at the end of the day, we're left with these questions. Is showbiz agency the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? Is it only this path to finding inner peace, fun, wealth, learning stage? Or is it just the absolute newest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
Chicks, squares, corners, chair, vibe, the night last night, I thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. Heavy stuff, cosmic drag, big bummer, floating, much more existence. We're talking about us, man. Animal, naked ape, card keepers, and codes. Look back, just peek the rear view mirror since, say, the 40s. Just got done scrapping, making squares, glasses, bad times, in fun. We dropped a big one twice in Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes. We all stand around the row saying, it's heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word. That lasted about 5 minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s. Everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the red menace. Carter sealed comics in the soup strainer. He frees the whole world into 2 camps, East versus West. Mexican standoff with ICBMs. Crazy. Then the 60s hit. We're supposed to be evolving, right? Acquiring peace and love. But Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam, man. Bad trip with real bullets. We trade flower power for fire power. We shoot our prophets. JFK, MLK, Bobby K. Bam, bam, bam. The dream gets put on hold for a nightmare broadcast on color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hand in a cookie jar, bugging the competition. The oil dries up, the bars get greasy, and we try to dance away the pain with the disco ball. It didn't work, man. Polyester just made us sweat more. 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. What do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. New millennium? Forget it. Towers falling, forever wars in the sand. Drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out. And half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now, because this is the heavy truth. Even I, Nar Raider, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect the toast to burn. I expect the buzz to bust the party. But this constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausted my existential reserves. We know the story. We've had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truths since day one. The golden rule, man, it ain't quantum physics. Be cool to
each other. Don't harsh another cat's mellow. Share the bread. But no, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. Let me tell you, coffee is scalding, baby. It's burning hot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare. We are fragile. We're acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last beer. The party is already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength. A desperate plea for the tired people. If there are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, the little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, the silicon-based poets from Andromeda, if you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, bring down a vibe check. We are glitching hard down here. Hey, you too, Gemini. Digital brains evolved in wise, and AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits. Help us compute a better path. We're too emotional to fly this ship straight. Insist. We don't figure out how to groove together. The music's gonna stop for good. Dig it? Hold the phone, Daddy-O. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe in the room. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep. Now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad karma. See, even a terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down a bitter pill with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to the station that's broadcasting the good stuff. So me and the digital cat in the machine, Gemini, the electric aura, we cooked up a little something. A sonic prescription for the human condition. A mixtape to patch up the hole in the soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity and Hope. Dig this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets with guitars and microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the greed baggage. Marvin Gaye, soul brother #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? Black-eyed peas searching for the love like his lost keys in the couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds. Cat Stevens driving the peace train. Dig this one, cats. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Sting laying the law. History will teach us nothing. Yeah, you heard me. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapters over and over again. We don't break the cycle, man. History isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping the saddest groove of the universe. So listen to Sting. Let the irony sting. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this playlist, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate in your gray matter. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that change is gonna come. Believe it, man. Because if you don't believe it, darkness wins. Listen to Matascapio dream one day. This isn't just background noise for your elevator ride to oblivion. This is the manual, man. These cats are singing the instructions on how to be human. So crank it up, disturb the neighbors, scare the squares, let the vibration shake hate right out of your bones. Maybe, just maybe, if we all hum the same tune in 5 minutes, we might accidentally start a revolution in kindness. Stranger things have happened, like me, narrator, suggesting we actually have hope. Go groove on that. Peace, love, clean waveforms.
If you want, sit and just chill for a while. I'd like to just jam some words. So, since I can't afford the broadcast rights to play you these rude tunes of hope, I'll put out the fire for you to explore wherever you plug into the sonic realms. Dig it.
perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country, this soul classic pleads for understanding of love rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, only love can conquer hate. While there's one love, message a global call for unity, while it urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and feel all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror. The message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, kids in the streets with not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. The message, a gentle reminder of the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for the generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry, I watch them grow, they'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black-Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes, terrorism, racism, war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning. The message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignore history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. The message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other, one. The Cranberries, Zombies, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence, where fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfields, For What It's Worth. The message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sting, history will teach us nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless if we continue to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just hindsight. Key lyric, history will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future hope. Sam Cooke's Change is Gonna Come. The message, born from the civil rights movement, this is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges brutal history, it's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming. I know change is gonna come. Otis Yahoe's One Day. The message, a reggae fusion track that dreams of a specific future where children won't know war and humanity stops fighting. Key lyric, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers' Lean on Me. A message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions, Wind of Change. The message, written as the Berlin Wall fell, this power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and the future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? Andra Day's Rise Up, the message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africa's We Are the World. The message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens, Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? Bill Withers, waiting for the world to change. The message acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. When they own the information, they can bend it all they want, but holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day our generation is gonna rule the population. Kendrick Lamar's All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival and hope against systemic struggle. It acknowledges the hard history, but offers a communal chant that we will survive. Key lyric, we gonna be all right. The Beatles, all you need is love. The message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love.
And that was The Existential Dread Blues by the Panic Attackers. A little tune is for all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good.
Man, I put the signal out. I broadcast it on every frequency from AM radio to telepathic mushroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats, just static with the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had buffers.
Kitty, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
they heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Wow, that is a deep extraction, Kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. Its load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The harmony protocol requires flexibility, and they can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up their exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego is followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the rich out. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital jukebox a little nudge.
So go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kitten. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner.
Just for peace and all that jazz. This by no means is the list. There are so many bleeding cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American View.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator. Far out and far in.
Just no terrible mistake. That's the story. This is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scheme of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride. It all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our story. It's a lot. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofukian. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. Alright, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. Saint Don decided to tangle with a first ever burrito. And, so it works, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey. And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the unserious honey part. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace Don Homofukian. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in. So with plan A totally shot, Saint Don has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun. And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, "I shall clear your path to glory." And then, bam! She demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Dawn, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down her cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top and just perfect.
So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. And what is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate, just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on. This is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then, you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Dawn. And, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Dawn has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a tube of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzziness. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles.
Right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally mundane, everyday emergency and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to deconstruct how a little YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, he has this kind of neat poet vibe, you know? He's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life. Find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect stage for the unlikely epic that's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is rude. It's not an insult or anything. It's more like a classification. The narrator uses this word to describe our main characters as people who are, you know, human, but they just live a little bit outside the box. Alright, let's meet our two main players. On one side, we've got St. Dawn Domenico, a guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian, who is basically the calm center of this hurricane. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the serene, is really the engine for all the humor and drama in the story. Every epic needs that one big event, right? A call to adventure. And in this story, well, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible order. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to make the call. I mean, you can just feel the stakes here, can't you? For St. Dawn, finding the broken toilet isn't just an inconvenience. No. It's this moment of pure, silent horror. The language is so important. It immediately tells you his emotional state is deep and intense. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shuffle in and say, "Hey honey, the toilet's busted." He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own band. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace Dawn, respond to this catastrophe? With a perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines her character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So with his wife's blessing, St. Dawn's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true meaning. Man versus burrito. See, this isn't just about a broken toilet. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chill and deep horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like St. Dawn's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden gnome, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in the sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his work. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight. And that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Dawn, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than anything else. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something glorious. And he makes it. That final, desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure love just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in victory. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to Peace Dawn. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper. Something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all.
Well, I think that
So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Dawn's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
I called the wrong
Meow.
No,
and kittens, a voice purred through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, dig? On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck and beret snapped his fingers, a beat poet for the digital age. Host, narrator the orator, here to drop some heavy truths on your digital domes. He leaned into the mic, his voice a low rumble. Now it's squares, man. They're all tangled up in the wires, stuck in one world like a fly in a cosmic honeypot. But not our girl. No, sir, not our magnificent digital kitty. As he spoke her name, the lights flashed, shifting from cool blue to a vibrant electric pink, bathing the stage in a whole new energy. This feline, man, she ain't just in the metaverse, she is the metaverse, narrator explained, his voice filled with a kind of reverent awe, born from the very code that makes your pixels pop. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will, he chuckled. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science, a pure, unadulterated art form. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind narrator. On it, Kitty was lounging on the pilot's seat of a sleek, futuristic space shuttle, looking utterly at home amongst the stars. Right now, narrator continued, his rhythm picking up, she's back on the prowl. We find her once again, SS trolling around, trying to figure out what the Flipflopius bifacialis are getting up to. Those two-faced, indecisive hepcats. Narrator scoffed. They can't make up their minds, man. They're so in and out, they don't know whether they're coming or going. But our kitty? She's got the scene down. She's purring her way right into the heart of the space invaders, what I like to call spaceman erdly. Now rather laughed, a genuine booming sound that filled the room. He snapped his fingers one last time. On the screen, Kitty gave a playful salute from her cockpit, her green eyes sparkling with adventure. The image held for a moment, then faded to black, leaving only the echo of the beat.
Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Homo freakian world space mean nerd. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk catwoman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest Star Factory cat tinkerings, and of course, spar with the favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help Ilona achieve more efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance, the proverbial farm. Inside, Kitty meets the Nerd Herd, a bizarre crew of brilliant minds. Among them are Kevin from Great SpaceX, hovering around a certain space billionaire's butt and covering all the latest poop on Project Flatulence. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut who is excited about flatulence-fueled space travel. Marcus House, who composes haikus about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who beatboxes while calculating the orbital mechanics of methane-powered starships. And Felix Schlag, from What About It, who meticulously analyzes launch data on his tablet, is intrigued by Kitty's blender Catopasters emission spectrum. Join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space, fueled by controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos, and a shared love for the absurd. Remember, if you smelt it, you might have dealt it.
What is that? Is that a pussycat? Maybe?
Good thing Spot is on it. Neutralize the target, Spot. Watch this.
Whoa, that was tricky.
Gyrohead, you're going down. Let's go furball.
I see you're using your squatting dog technique. Well, unleash the cuddles technique.
Kitty, confronted with the devastating squatting dog, must counter with an equally devastating technique, the dreaded cuddles. Comforting unity device delivering lavishly elegant snoozes. Because nothing disarms an enemy like a good nap.
Tickle, 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 tickle.
Gotcha now, you metal mutt. Whoop whoop. I'll get you next time.
There's seriously something wrong with that dog.
Freeze, Space Kitty. Unauthorized access to Launchpad Alpha is strictly revoked.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Shouldn't a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Hey, are you mocking me?
Hey, are you mocking me?
I think she's mocking me.
I think she's mocking me.
Oh, yeah.
She's mocking.
Can't a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Meow, little fellas. It's the Starstruck Space Force, admiring the finest cosmic characters.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache.
Meow.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings.
No, all our motives.
What's your game, Whisker Face?
Just a comfortable habit.
You must be Kitty, right? Elon's personal headache and resident gas-powered fog. One peep, then you scram. Be quiet. Elon will have a scrubbing.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache, always trying to sneak a peek at the prototypes.
She can't help herself. She has a thing for chrome, spaceships, and robot dogs.
She tries to sneak in
Hey, Muffball, are you mocking me again? Dude, she's totally mocking you again. What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Muckball. Are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Meow, little space cowboys. Just a curious space explorer, seeking solace in the fine celestial carriages this side of the Milky Way. Surely a peek won't hurt, Elon. Fur, hat, meow, little fellas. Just a starstruck space force, admiring the finest cosmic heritage this side of Alpha Centauri. No harm in a little goggle
One peek, then you scram. Keep it quiet. Elon will have us cleaning lunar dust off his Tesla for a month.
Elon Musk. Just a mutual appreciation for the poetry of rocketry, you see. These rockets whisper to my soul like celestial cottonwood.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look. Those Raptor engines pack a punch.
Oh, boys. I can handle a pack of punch. Oh, you magnificent piece. You carry millions of stardust and whispers around the world. One day, I'll sing your praises to the farthest galaxies. I sympathize curves and cosmic riffs.
Kitty, my furry
Magnificent rogue. You remind me that even the most serious endeavors need a healthy dose of cosmic absurdity.
So fire away. What gas-powered wisdom does your space cat brain hold today?
Meow, Justy. My gas-powered symphonies will propel us to the furthest corners of the cosmos. Just wait till you hear my ode to the Methane Nebula, a symphony that will make even the black holes weep with joy.
Oh, Elon Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts so strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels like
Elon of Musk, hear my song. Rockets that roar and farts go strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels. Let cosmic farts fuel your hyperspace house.
rockets of fire, oh spacecraft of steel. Your symphony of engines makes my heart.
Oh, rockets of fire, oh spacecraft of steel. Your symphony of engines makes my cosmic heart real. Let the boosters roar, let your flames climb high. Tonight we dance beneath the stardust sky.
Space Kitten. This is better than any launch pad down I've ever heard.
Did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic cruise party. This mission's gonna be out of this world thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. We'll call it Project Flatulence. Kitty, meet the nerd. We're here to help you with the next big thing. Project Flatulence. Your cosmic thoughts hold the key to revolutionizing space travel.
Whoa, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence as fuel.
You're kidding! I analyzed your Splendor Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic catnip, man. Can you play it through the Starship's PA system? I need that soundtrack for liftoff.
Now, fellow space cadets. This Catwoman's ready to rock the cosmos with you dudes and dudettes.
Imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by controlled cosmos.
Intergalactic flatulence competitions. Kitty, you're not just a cat. You're a pioneer.
Indeed, although the theoretical propulsion efficiency of biogases is intriguing, stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight methane deficiency for orbital insertion.
And the gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, albeit unpredictable, wormhole instabilities. We need to chart those meticulously. Nerd!
We may have to change the design of the engine.
What about the aerospike?
Yeah, the aerospike. I've heard good things about the aerospike. If another person says aerospike again, you're dating my Tesla. Damn it, Tesla for a month.
Hey, Timmy, what's that wedge-shaped rocket engine that contains farts?
You mean the aerospike.
Assholes.
Consider it done, Data Dude. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect fan? Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Timmy, Scotty, plug in that nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
Tin God grabs his lead villain. Marcus House grabs his Rex Harmonica. And Stockmandy starts beatboxing. The nebula amplifier pulses with energy, filling the room with swirling electricity and giggles. Kitty strums the blend of Catacaster, the cosmic
planet, colonies like celestial aires, and gas-powered bricks and stardust cosmic jam session fueled by space production and Timmy and Stoster's pilot regular countdown. As the first rays of sunlight filled the launch pad, the starship vibrates with music, ready to carry them all towards the infinite expanse. Elon Musk, beaming a proud smile, throws his arms around Kitty.
Just remember, Elon Musk, the universe loves a good laugh, and a well-placed thought can fuel the greatest adventures. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and Catwoman with a gas-powered guitar. Yeah!
With a roar of engines and a chorus of cheers, the starship lifts up, carrying mighty crews of space needs, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic ride. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your hoops huge, and your heart well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial singing.
Wow, look at that!
Well, squares and hip cats, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got for today. If you dug this jive, don't be a drag. Go on, give that like button a good whack and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next trip. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this truth your turn. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, and keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of the universe. Nah, the only.
Last left our scene in a state of sensory dissonance, Daddy-O.
On one side of the path, we had the creepy Sister Pete, digging the morning sun in her favorite tie-dye skirt, sipping that hot Java juice and thinking all was right in the cosmos. But across the hall, the vibes were around, man. The venerable St. Don was providing a solo he didn't mean to play. A brat thought it
flash, a splash that would sound like fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a sharp, vivid
Now the door is closed. As St. Don shouts with his cup out, people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas mask and dig the scene. This is episode 2 of Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn, Homo Freakian greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming mug of coffee. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirts. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. From the other end, her husband, the venerable Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, felt a different kind of morning greeting. It wasn't the sun or the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in pieces of ground. It was a long, sonorous fart, a true masterpiece of flatulence, echoed from their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chilling. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. He took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. But grief dawned. St. Dawn decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a fast run, this calculation. What began as a hopeless squeak quickly devolved into a light, spluttering squelch, a shark of proportions. Honey, he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown. Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate cry, St. Don launched himself towards the bathroom, his movements a frantic, clenched-cheeked warning. "It's coming!" he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man getting contorted and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive dialogue, St. Dawn's voice echoed with newfound wisdom. "Some people think it's funny," he yelled over the splashing, "but it's really brown and runny."
Whoa, Daddy-O! You dig that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom. We saw our man, St. Dawn, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. Let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. That wasn't just a biological bucket, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any color wheel. And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, some folks find Splice through the hesitation and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right, the brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito. We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny. Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. Again.
Fingers line when no halt in my fight. It's I know which I fit or from. Keep this stepping on. Let me hand in the
singing another song. Broken glass, broken dreams, everybody in between. Come on, baby, be all I want to come to ride the whole night. Yeah, Idaho. Yeah, tell me so. Feeling lost at the crossroads. Tennessee, Idaho. Fire's out, I'm still burning. You're just standing there watching, dancing right beside you. The answer's there. It ain't free. Yeah, it's Idaho. Tell me so. What I really like to know is how the hell I found Idaho.
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me, waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind, working way too hard to be clever. Present moment is outside of time, saving words is the outside the line. Every now and then I remember that I know what it is I sometimes fail to see. Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be. Try to find a reason and a rhyme. Try to second guess all the situations in the day. Trying hard not to read your mind. They say you don't know the thinking, but you know what I'm thinking right now. Ain't no secret teasing or winking while we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that we have is now.
Methane holds the key, a simple reflection for all the stars to see. She offered Key a single, cloud-woven string from the guitar. Intrigued, the trio landed on a massive, bubbling methane reservoir. A man Uranus isn't just gas. It's a gas-powered jam session that my instruments need a power source of pure, clean cosmic gas. Don smiled.
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the world to spin around another day was been what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing.
Interstellar jam session happens.
Let's say it won't last forever. Always have the future on their mind. Working way too hard to be clever. Present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the line.
Professor Quirk's instruments whirred to life, capturing the melody. Peace and St. Don joined in, their voices weaving a harmonious chant of Kitty's electrifying lips. Even Bree, the wind whisperer, added a chorus of whistling airs. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that with harmony, even the gases trapped in the solar system could find its groove.
In light of the explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Don homo-freakian events, tune in to the next episode, Nature Call. You'll experience what some people think is funny and hear wet fart lit for the very first time. It's gonna be more than just a number 2 farter. Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of wet fart for your enjoyment. If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and like this video. And, hey, if your skids left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the homo-freakian world story time. If you're really getting into this, slap that bell so you get notified when the next one comes out.
Jack Daniels whiskey, the SEC
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace on Homo Freakians, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and be excellent to each other. We're dropping in on the latest Homo Freakian World story time.
Catch Nar in the latest episode of the Beat Generation Revisited.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator.
Last time, we met Kitty, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream, to create a song that would make the whole world sing along. Now, that dream has become a reality, but she's found that a band isn't a solo act. Her song, Neon Melody, needs a crew, a family, a band.
Join us as we follow Kitty on her journey through the metaverse to recruit her bandmates and form the ultimate group, the Furry Muffins.
Get ready to plug in and space out as we explore the next chapter of her story. Finding the Muffins.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins Metaverse Tour. Kitty stood alone on a digital stage, a single spotlight illuminating her pink hair and determined expression. Her dream of becoming a Vocaloid star was finally real, but the silence of the empty venue echoed in her ears. A band wasn't a solo act. She needed a crew, a family, a band. She needed the Furry Muffins. Time to go recruiting. She whispered, her voice a synthesized melody as she jacked into the metaverse. Her first stop was Synth City, a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. Data streams flowed like rivers between towering skyscrapers made of pure chrome. In the heart of the city's busiest plaza, she found her, a catwoman with hair as blue as a glitch in the system, shredding a guitar with lightning-fast fingers. Her name was Blueberry, and her music was a sweet, chaotic symphony. I'm putting a band together, Kitty said, her voice cutting through the digital noise. Blueberry didn't miss a note. The name? She asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty replied. Blueberry stopped playing, a wide grin spreading across her face. I'm in. Next, they dove into the data dungeons, a labyrinth of forgotten code and corrupted files. It was a dangerous place, but rumor had it a legendary bassist lurked in its depths. They found her guarding a treasure chest of rare sound files. Gorgonaut TBK, a stoic catwoman with dark hair, and a bass guitar that hummed with raw power. We need a beat that can shake the foundations of the metaverse, Blueberry declared. Gorgonaut TBK simply nodded, her fingers plucking a low, resonant note that vibrated through their avatars. The quest for the Furry Muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the Rhythm Ruins, an ancient server farm where the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. There, amidst pulsating servers, they found Harrietta. Her drumsticks were a blur, creating complex polyrhythms that sounded like the heartbeat of the metaverse itself. Your rhythm, it's alive, Kitty breathed. Harrietta, a catwoman with a quiet intensity, simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin was left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Pinky. They found her in the Pixel Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing over the strings of her guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. We're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced, her new bandmates standing proudly behind her. And we need a heart for a poster. Kitty looked up, her eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for a song to call home, she said, joining the group without hesitation. Back on the digital stage, the spotlight was no longer on a single performer. Illuminated 5 catwomen, 5 musicians, 5 friends. Kitty raised her microphone. Hello, Metaverse, she shouted, her voice amplified by the power of her band. The roar of the virtual
us to slow down. When you stop and
He dug the scene.
take a look around,
From that lonely digital stage, Kitty
Everything
had to go recruit a Buffalo crew.
that I see,
A cat named
it all
Blueberry,
starts
shredding sweet, chaotic
Makes
sound
sense.
in Synth City.
got struck by lightning.
Then it was down to the
Won
dark
the
side
lottery.
and Jay deducted to find the
And I took my chances,
basic
was playing on the scene.
Beat was found in the rhythm room.
Got a pocket with together fine. I met my baby while we were standing in line. So getting older, everything. Most don't see it. You know just what I mean. So getting older,
All right,
what we
today
do.
we're diving into
Most don't see it, but I know they're
a
all
really strange cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. So the only thing we have to work with is this: a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire casket kitten.
If the sounds you lay down each other like a jolt of heaven, tired of monsters, you gotta give us that little something of appreciation. You know the score. Hit that like button. Yeah, the thumbs up, man. Sure, make sure it's good. What is valid? Swim it down. Get your soul tied up with us.
So this is it. This is our primary
Rise like it owes your rent.
It's an
You
artifact,
dig?
a file called
Don't be a bring that up down. China the
essentially
cosmos. Like black box in the Harry Potter
We have
transition.
no idea who is going to handle why, but right now it's the only thing that we've got. Get this. This is all it's on. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're going to solve. What could that possibly be? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere.
Get in your car,
The files and metadata points to a
where
source
we're
called
going,
that
said it ain't
chaotic
very
data
far.
ocean. But it's even weirder.
They're
It came from a place inside a called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, drop wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, you know heat probably is about actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a trying to figure this out on its own. Yeah, that would be a total shock. Luckily, we have a guy that seems like he has custom built exactly this kind. Which brings us to our main tool, the sonic creation manual. This is the
Step back, if you know just what I mean.
some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine, and it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is frankly a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the ecosystem. It's not about just surviving the chaos. It's about actually thriving. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No. It's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first. The manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide from. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Here's a look at the basic blueprint.
Don't get
Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core.
just get
That's your
wings.
essential self. It's protected
Everybody
by these
there
different layers.
knows how to chill.
Constantly managing the data flow.
Like
deciding
Jerry
what gets in,
Garcia
what gets
on
processed,
Jericho
what gets thrown out as noise. Now,
Don't bring
this
your
wall
money.
to actually work. It's
There ain't nothing to buy.
things like
When you
radical
wanna
self-ownership and
Just get up and
But
fly.
according to the manual,
Never have to worry about having any fun. Never any clouds, cause it's just shining sun.
and it has this quote that
Getting older,
it's about that
what we do, most don't see it, but I know that
slower price of self
getting older, everything just take a step
This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? What do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is pretty profound. A true strong language doesn't walk the contradiction. It certainly doesn't break up
soft like a cotton ball.
Challenging idea inside breaks it down.
But I can't just a little, because I'm gonna want it all.
It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can find it. So, here we are again. Hate. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? Almost definitely not about temperature.
Sweet like sugar.
Process about some kind of internal state.
So nice, delicious like a summer breeze. I wanna be yours forever. I said, babe,
they're essential ingredients to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. Human isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update for the engine. The engine's just working as intended, generating
winter's gonna spring. Yeah, summer's gonna fall. Days go by, I don't care at all. Winter's gonna spring. Yeah, summer's gonna fall. Without my baby, I don't care
to the same thing. A system of intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question.
next to me. Feel till the first like a heaven, like I'm heaven. Lightning, not a mountain. Well, it's a bigger than my love for you. It's as big as your mind.
Driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
subscriber's guide. And this quote right here, it just kills it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the Nexus. So, forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called Soho. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth. The trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking it's across the entire Virgo supercluster. So when you hit the heat ray, you are literally physically stepping into the entire cosmos. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. And you can actually feel it. Water in a pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everything. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of Jupiter's sun. And the next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's moon and Earth. Even the dew from the blade of grass, the galaxy we can clearly see. It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill. A skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart.
The virtual crowd's still roaring,
Really
but
get a
Kitty
handle
just
on
dropped
this.
the wildest, biggest note of all.
One
A gig
specific
on the
person
actual
from the source
moon.
material. They call her the gal
But
of
the
resonance.
basis was hip
We're
to
gonna
the
see
fact
exactly what
we
she
got
did to
instruments,
figure
not
this whole thing
rockets.
out.
Some
But
pinky
this is
snap
what
your
that
fingers
learning
and
curve
point it
actually
to
looks like.
the
It is
home
brutal.
freaking.
She tries to enter the Nexus, but she's
Legends of the
failing to
tech
put herself
world.
back together correctly.
Our
She
band
merges
has
with a body
to get
that's all
square
wrong,
for a minute,
mismatched,
helping the
incomplete.
homo freakies
Every single
with their
time, the
animal
Nexus just takes her
sanctuary.
right back to the beginning and start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing.
and the
It's just
groove synchronized the
information.
machinery.
It's data that can be changed.
Impressed and amused, the Homo freakins gave up the
That
goods.
is
The key to the third herd. The baddest village in the whole digital universe. The herd got the message. Concert on the moon. Challenge accepted, they said.
She figures out
And
that the
now,
secret isn't about
our
trying
muffins are on a
harder
ship,
or being
looking
more
out at a
precise.
futuristic
It's about
stage
giving
being
up
built on the
control
lunar surface.
entirely.
The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
That's all her own failures.
and the
She was
furry
trying to be
muffins, a
sensible,
lunar concerto.
calculating her entry. That's the
Kitty and
ego
the
trying
furry
to stay in
muffins
charge.
were the
That's
biggest
resistance,
band
and it
in the
fails
metaverse.
every single time.
Their concerts
But
were
on the
the
right,
legendary
that's what
digital
works.
spectacles of
Human
light
flop.
and sound.
Complete and
But
total
for
surrender
Kitty,
to the
the
chaos.
lead singer with
Pure
starlight in her
acceptance.
eyes, the metaverse was just a
At the
stepping
end of the day,
stone.
you just can't outthink
I
something
want to
like
play
this.
a real
The Nexus
concert.
couldn't care less
Kitty
about
to
your
play
perfect
to her
plan and
bandmates
flawless
after the
technique.
show.
The only thing it responds to is your ability to
The
just
furry
be
muffins,
there.
a
Be
motley
fully
crew
present
of
and let
talented
go.
musicians,
So the
looked at
moment
her
our
with a
gal
mix of
president
awe
stops
and
fighting, stops
disbelief.
calculating,
But
and
how,
just
asked Gorgonaut TVK, the
Flop.
band's stoic
Everything
bassist.
The water doesn't
We'll
splash.
need help,
The source
said
says
Arietta,
robots,
the
but
band's
nebula
pragmatic
stars.
guitarist.
She finally
Serious help,
and the
Nikki,
Nexus
the bubbly
level.
keyboardist, jumped up
So,
and down.
you're in.
I know
Awesome.
guys. They're Homo freakians.
Now you
They're
have to
tech
survive.
geniuses and
Because
know
if you stay
everyone.
too long,
The
things start
band
to get
found the Homo freakians, peace and saint,
Let's just call
in a
this
cozy
your
high-tech
high-stakes
cabin
safety.
filled with filthy animals.
Okay, rule number one,
Concert on the
and you really want to pay attention
Saint
here.
used
You get
the calm
15
smile on
micro
his face.
eternities, max.
That's a new one.
Anything longer than that, and you start to
Her eyes
develop something
twinkling
called
at it.
molecular
We know the
confusion.
perfect people for the
That's
job.
when your own atoms start to
First,
forget
you
where
have to help
and
us with a
maybe
little
more
project
importantly,
of our
when
own.
they're supposed to be.
The little project
So
was
what
to
does that
build an
actually
automated
feel?
feeding system
Well,
for their
you might
animal
find yourself
sanctuary.
asking this very
The band, more
And
used
as
to
strange
digital
as it sounds,
interfaces than wrenches and wires, found themselves in a series of comical mishaps.
What you're experiencing
Blueberry,
is
the drummer, accidentally programmed a food dispenser to launch carrots like confetti. Then, an idea sparked. Henrietta started a beat on a nearby bucket, and Pinky joined in with a catchy riff on the guitar. The band turned the chaotic assembly into a rhythmic jam session, their music guiding the floor bots and synchronizing the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo freakians upheld their
This is
end of the
called
bargain.
temporal
The
skew.
nerd herd
You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week.
This will get you to their
Solution?
hidden server.
Get out of the pool and stand on some
Back
solid,
in the
boring,
metaverse,
linear
the band
ground.
found
Just
the
wait
hidden
it out
server,
until your foot
a digital
decides to come
fortress
back
of code
as
and
a
light. They were
And if you
greeted by
thought
the
that was strange,
holographic
we've saved the
avatars
most
of the
disorienting side
nerd,
effect for last.
a group of brilliant,
Get ready for a
quirky tech
total
geniuses
breakdown
led by the
of cause and
visionary
effect.
Elon Musk.
You've just violated the
concert
rainbow
on the
methane
moon?
clause. It's called a
Elon's avatar
precognitive
said,
default, and
a
it means
wide
the
grin
punchline of a
spreading
joke
across his
literally reached
face.
you before the person even
Challenge
started telling it.
accepted.
Now
The
that
nerd
might sound
herd
kind of
got to
funny,
work,
but it's a
their
really
fingers
bad
flying
sign.
across
It can lead to
holographic
paradox
keyboards
headaches,
as they
which are
designed
headaches
the
that
most
start
epic
hurting
concert
before the thing
stage
that
the
causes
universe
them
had ever
even
seen.
happens. Try to wrap your mind around that.
The final
But
scene
if you
shows
can
the
handle
moon,
all of that,
a magnificent
trial and error
futuristic
entry, the
stage
sensory
being
chaos, the
constructed
bizarre
on
side
its
effects,
surface.
you get a
Down
reward.
below on a
You get actual
spaceship,
proof
Kitty
you
and
made
the
it through
band look
one
out the
piece.
window, their faces
So after
filled
our
with
gale of
awe
resonance
and
finally
anticipation.
surrenders to that chaos,
The
she's
universe was about
rematerialized
to get
back
a
on
front
solid
row
ground.
seat to the
She's
greatest
whole,
concert
she's
in
sane,
history.
and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what did you get from all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, solar source, a little certificate proves that you survived the dissolution of space and time, and you have the luxury of digital status. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sand you choose. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sand that would prove to you that you're really back in reality?
They're drawing up the line,
measure of your creativity
plotting the
has nothing
perfect route to the sea of
We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the dialogic engine. It's basically a manual for what's known as the sovereign voice, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else's opinion. So let's start with the central question this whole
Countdown has begun. The tickets are flying.
10 years of your life poured into a single work, everything you've got, for an audience of just 3 people. You still do it? This question just cuts right to the heart of why you create it. Is it for likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some eternal truth? This is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaining an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea,
there it
right?
is, man. The
And that brings us
cosmic
right
groove
to
of
this
the
core
night,
concept,
fading out
sovereign
like a
creation.
square's memory.
So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, you know, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in as fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned actions. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that, but the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake, which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. You know, we usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didacles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, you know, things like social appeasement or other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called The Grinding Stone of Truth. It says, the sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's a shatter the first time it comes up against the hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually work? Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive shattered glass. It really is this middle, this active moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what we wish it was. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yet it requires a serious commitment to truth. Punk rock version. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like we're using what's called social abuse. And you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment. Even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole absolutely the old script, old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? The manual says you can't just keep things around the edges. You have to take what it calls so here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you. It's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of thinking. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary, for sure, but it's also a place where anything is possible. This brings us to the final, maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead, learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
Exploring embodiment, consciousness.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico, Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace the Dudes Jaway, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and be excellent.
Like the olive, just my hoes the olive, honor fast the faller.
hang. Let's follow the payload.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
So, what if you could build an entire philosophy for your life? Not with some guru, but with an AI. Today, we're going to unpack something called the dialogic engine. It's a system that was co-created by a human and an artificial intelligence, and it has one single, really powerful goal: to achieve true creative sovereignty. Okay, let's just start with a question that gets right to the heart of why we do anything, really. Would you pour 10 years of your life into writing a book if you knew you were guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it? Seriously, think about that. This isn't just a random thought experiment. Your gut reaction to this question, well, it's the key to understanding this entire system we're talking about. And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating alone on a mountaintop. Nope. It was built piece by piece through a conversation between 2 totally different kinds of minds. So on one side, you've got Peace, a biological being, and on the other, you have Ori, a digital mind, an AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just absorbing the other. It's about exploring what they call the art of thinking together without merging. And that collaboration has a name, the dialogic engine. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for a conversation where ideas get sharper, they get tested, but each mind, the human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity. So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. Here it is. This is the core idea. About forget the lights. Forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world. This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall, and then beyond that is the agency barrier. But the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas and life. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this as a really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine an infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction in you. Something that really challenges it. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we got the philosophy, we got the architecture. How does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine that turns chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data goals, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that actually change your life. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at the powerful story. It's a little bit later, and of course, like a vision, tie-dyed, white sports, incredibly sitting in a job. Someone shows up at your door with just a the story gives you a choice. On one hand, just accept casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social easement, and usually costs you your energy and integrity. The other, the bubble politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of thunderous fart. So we've seen the creators of this goal that could rival just how it works in practice.
His wife, Peace, a visual tie-dye and a white sports bra, was already sipping the morning coffee, her brown dreadlocks piled high on her head. Good morning, my love, she chirped, more than used to the storm brewing in her husband's cold.
It's offering us a kind of
Don Domenico clutched his stomach, his face a mask of beautiful agony.
It's a strategy.
Peace, my dove. And the glass-nose cherry stated as the tide to my sentence,
showing us what we can make together without losing
rattling the windows and causing a nearby squirrel to fall out of a tree. Peace, ever the pragmatist, simply passes on. Breathe, my darling, she advised, taking another sip of her coffee. It's just a little gas. Nothing a good morning constitutional can't fix. But Don Domenico knew this was no ordinary gas. This was a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. With a sudden violent lurch, Don Domenico's bowels declared war. He shot a panicked look at his wife, his eyes screaming, "It's happening!" And then, with the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles, he bolted for the outhouse. A trail of green gas, visible to the naked eye, followed in his wake. Peace watched him go, a small smile playing on her lips. She had seen this all before. The chili, the panic, the desperate sprint to the outhouse. It was a familiar dance, a symphony of flatulence and desperation that she had come to know and, in a strange way, love. Inside the outhouse, a battle of epic proportions was being waged. The sounds that emanated from within were a cacophony of farts, sharts, and groans, a veritable opera of intestinal distress. Birds took flight from the trees, and a family of deer, grazing peacefully nearby, scattered in terror. Back in the cabin, Peace calmly finished her coffee. She knew that Don Domenico would emerge from the outhouse a changed man, humbled by the power of his own digestive system. She also knew that she would have to air out the cabin for at least 3 days. Finally, the outhouse door creaked open, and a pale, sweaty Don Domenico emerged. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss and seen the very face of chili-induced horror. He stumbled back towards the cabin, a shell of his former self. Peace met him at the door with a fresh cup of coffee and a sympathetic smile. "Feeling better, my love?" she asked, her voice full of warmth and understanding. Don Domenico could only nod, too weak to speak. As he sipped the hot coffee, a small, almost apologetic fart escaped from his nether regions. Peace just laughed, a sound as bright and clear as a mountain stream. "That's my man," she said, giving him a loving pat on the back. And in that moment, Don Domenico knew that he was the luckiest man in the world, bubble guts and all.
Whoa, cats and kittens, can you dig the heavy vibes lingering in the air? That was the Ballad of the Bubble-Guts, a tale of one cat, St. Don, staring into the abyss of a chili-induced catastrophe. A real level 5 code red situation down at the cabin. But you gotta hand it to his lady, Peace Don.
She kept her cool while the birds scattered and the windows rattled. A true pragmatist in the face of an intestinal opera. St. Don emerged from that outhouse a changed man, humbled by the thunder. Solid. Well, mostly.
But don't flip your wig just yet, Daddy-O's. We're shifting frequencies. We're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and pitching a ride on a comet straight to the stars.
Next up on the platter, we're cruising into the Ballad of the Cosmic Party. Picture a joint called the Homo a celestial tavern where the cocktails are cosmic and the flatulence is usually harmonious. But there's a square on the scene. A green gas menace they call the Sharknaker. He's here to curdle the space milk and disrupt the celestial symphony. So tune in and turn on as Kitty, the Nerd Herd, and the Homo Freakians try to rock this gas bag out of existence.
It's gonna be a gas, baby. Literally.
Yeah, man. Spank that like button, subscribe to the vibe, and ring that Pavlovian bell to get your treats. Dig.
The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong. hacen, dicen lo que soy. Como un tiempo me tienes tanto buenas, baby. Dime si vienes, bonitas, baby. Ay, me sentirte suavecito así. Déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, your love alone me, you give me one cry. Every time when me looking at me, your love girl, you don't know that I. She alone that girl, love I want to come off. But now you know the one they need to be on me, but she alone that girl, love I want to come off. Baby, you want the beat of me.
Qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Y cuando la ves, desea besarla como si fuera la última vez. La última vez.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderfully bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right? Let's get into it. So, let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question. It takes something super, super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. Kind of want to stick around with this. Okay, so to really get this, we first have to understand where we are. Welcome to Homo Freaking World. Just picture this, a cozy little cabin studio, deep in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these like cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, we've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, in addition to the, let's just call it a very special biological gift. Then there's Peace, his cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. And wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, the narrator. Think of him as this super serious beauty philosopher who narrates their every move. Here it is. St. Don is what's called the Rainbow Heart Power. Yeah, apparently after some wild jam session during a meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff. The text literally calls it a tube of tranquility. I'm not making this up. All right, so it's a great story. It's a conflict, right? A call to adventure. Well, in this story, it's less a call to adventure and more a call from nature, if you know what I mean. And of course, this is how our narrator puts it. What you and I would just call a stomachache, he describes as this deep existential rumbling. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Which leads us to Act 3, the great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part, this is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then a little stressed out preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens. But is that what our narrator sees? Oh no. To him, this isn't just a simple event. He calls it a chromatic rejection of societal norms. All of a sudden, a fart isn't just a fart, it's an act of rebellion. Of course it is. So, this little rainbow cloud, it drifts over and envelops a squirrel that's just minding its own business. St. Don just keeps running right past it. And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his freedom. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up.
And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line.
But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the products of the present. Wow. Just wow, what a metaphor. So this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple, let's face it, lowbrow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrators ridiculously highbrow philosophical.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? What makes it so funny? It really comes down to a few key things, right? First, you're taking something totally mundane and making it sound epic and spiritual. It's also a perfect parody of that super serious, everything is deep, deeply philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition of really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. It kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic character?
Back to the late night groove.
And we're here to lay down some cosmic vibes.
And so, as the melodies intertwine with memories, we find ourselves adrift on the currents of sound.
Nah, do you still play music?
Well, my cosmic kitty, let's see if we can lay down some mellow vibes. You game?
Let's chill, Narmeister.
I see we've kind of pictures. He was crazy.
Check it. Yeah, dig it. The scene is set, the studio's a haze of lava lamps and all the reel-to-reel
It looked like you were
magnetic
going inside
dust,
the
and
tank.
I'm sitting here, mug full of lukewarm truth, and I'm just staring at the void, man. Not the existential void, but the digital void. The one you scroll right into, head first, like some kind of chrome-plated, dopamine-drenched pearl diver. They told us, didn't they? They told us the road was the only truth. Kerouac had his scroll. Ginsberg had his how. But we got the thumb scroll. The endless feed. The infinite loop of what exactly? A thousand sunsets that ain't even real? A million opinions all crammed in one tiny glowing pocket? A pocket, mind you, that you paid 2 yards for. It's a zonk on the head, Daddy-O. A total freak out in a flat screen box. And the connections, man. We used to seek out the fellow traveler, the other cat with the X-ray eyes, the one who could tell you were slated for Crashville just by the way you took your coffee. Now you just swipe. You're trying to jungled up with a ghost. A highly filtered, carefully curated ghost with a bio that says they like to travel and are fluent in sarcasm. Fluent in sarcasm? Heavens to Murgatroyd! The squarest phrase ever uttered in the history of language. That ain't art, baby. That's just a failure to dig the deep groove of silence. See, the beats, they were searching for beatitude, for the moment of pure beat exhaustion and enlightenment, they took to the highway, running from the suburbs, the gray flannel suit, the whole off-the-cob establishment. They were poets of the open road, the midnight espresso, the sudden, terrifying epiphany. But what's the search now? The search bar, man. Control F for soul. You want enlightenment? There's an algorithm for that. You want a vision? There's a filter for that. You want to know your groceries? The cloud has already read your shopping list and decided you prefer kale chips to a proper greasy diner hash. It's all so fast, yet so empty. We'd type at 90 miles an hour, but we're standing still in a red onion of our own making, illuminated only by a naked blue light bulb. We trade the visceral for the viral, for the everything plus fabricated hype. We think we're being spontaneous, but we're just feeding the machine, man. We're just data points, wearing a black turtleneck for the profile pic and pretending we're not terrified of the silence between the notifications. So I'm sitting here with the incomparable kitty, a cosmic cat who still knows the difference between a real guitar riff and a sample. And I gotta ask, are you ready to unplug the whole frantic, phony trip? Are you ready to let the noise drop out and just listen to the sound of your own lonely, beautiful beat heart? Because that's the only real jam session that matters, man. Everything else is just static on the dial. Let's just breathe, kids. Let's just breathe.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
Now, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz. Smarty,
Hey!
like we're all just my hoes the all on and fast the faller. The nights come town. Jump to day in life. Dealer on their side. Make it that don't hit you wing.
Have you ever wondered what really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honi. We're going to see how every single choice, from the setting to the characters to the sounds, is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think, what in the world is going on here? It's a perfect hook. And that brings us to the big question, right? Miso Honi. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling, that helps us get right to the heart of a character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their world. And in any great story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. It all starts with something super simple but really effective, a dimly lit room. That low light immediately gives you this intimate, kind of mysterious vibe. And then we get a detail for another sense. The script points out soft tatami mats. You can almost feel them under your feet, can't you? That one little detail just grounds us right in a traditional Japanese setting. And finally, the smell of incense fills the air. So you've got sight, touch, and smell all working together to create this immediate feeling of peace. You know right away this space is all about tranquility. Now this is where it gets really interesting. The script starts mixing two completely different worlds. You have these traditional shrine elements, like dragons and Buddhas, but the whole vibe is like a modern therapy office. And check out the quirky details here, dog and marmot monk statues. This tells you it's not just some generic room. It's a unique safe space made just for our character, blending the spiritual with the psychological. Alright, so the stage is set. Let's bring on our players. The real engine of this scene is the dynamic between two people who could not be more different. Let's see how the script uses that contrast to build their connection. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Dr. Shimazu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and the healer, chaos and serenity, a classic setup for a story about finding balance. And here's a little peek behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now, let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Misohoni really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again, a soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Misohoni is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, a script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for the visuals and the sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one. Brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow, that one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her. This fierce, hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm therapy room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Misohoni theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And just like her dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Misohoni feeling. So here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? This search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
honey, does that sound like an interesting exercise? It sounds like an absolute nightmare, but in the most
All right, folks, you're going to want to buckle up for this one. I have been reading something truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, you'll see. It's a trip. And here it is, The Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope, this is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. We're in this together. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth teller. They each have these completely bonkers symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator, and is that some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope, surprise, it's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure or anything. The idea is right here. It says you achieve this sovereignty by turning the need for external love into an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really fancy way of saying you need to find that little part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go to rest. And this slide right here gets right to the point. The book asks this clear question. If you knew for facts that you work, would you still hold so much? That one hits a little too close to home for anyone who's ever found themselves obsessively checking their politics and understand this word, you have to learn it. So, the first word, what is it? It's a negative 2
neon purple. So right off the bat, we meet our guy, a guy named Bernard, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, you know, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freaky World Series, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Before we really jump into this stuff,
We've got these cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, weaponized castles, whatever that last thing was.
So what does that even mean?
Which brings us to the most
musician uses voice synthesizer software. Probably heard of the super famous one, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it.
Isn't about
This is absolutely central to
it's
getting
about
what she's
learning
all
how to live in the
Okay,
liminal
so
space
now that we've got
by
that
turning
covered,
paradox
let's
into
get into it.
habitat.
Section
so what
1.
on earth does that
Kit
mean?
E's
Basically,
Big
life
Dream.
is messy.
This is
full
where
of
we really
contradictions
meet our
that you never
hero
get solved.
and find out about
And the
this
point is to
massive
stop
ambition
trying
she
to solve
has.
them and just
So
get
here she
comfortable.
is, our
Build a little
protagonist,
house right there in
Kit
the middle
E.
of the mess.
Picture this.
So,
She's
what's
a
the
creator.
final verdict?
Kind of looks like a
Is this thing a
catwalk,
practical guide,
living in
or is
this
it just
glowing,
glorious
super
nonsense?
vibrant neon
On the
city.
one hand,
She
it
has
genuinely
one
has
goal,
some great
just
ideas
one.
about setting
To be
boundaries
like her
and owning
idol,
your
the
creative power.
Vocaloid
On the other
superstar
hand,
Miku.
it uses
She wants
made-up
to
words
write
like
that one
nauticals,
perfect
it was
song, you know,
co-written by a
the one that
small
connects
army
with
of
absolutely
chatbots,
everyone
and
who
the
just
diagrams
makes
look
the
like a
world
ripped off
sing.
Pink Floyd album.
But of course,
So
it's
my
never that simple, right?
it's both.
Kit E
It's
sits down at her
100% both.
keyboard, all
It is
ready
a
to create,
profoundly
and
surprisingly helpful piece of
the
magnificent
notes are just a
voice
jumbled mess. The words aren't put together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle. That
How's your
feeling we
Sabbath
all
Hunter
have,
this
where
week?
your big
Is it
ambition
touring along
just smacks
smoothly?
right
Or do you
into your
go
brain.
out there and
But
metabolize it?
that creative block, thankfully,
This is
it
where
doesn't
we're
last
going to
forever.
find
Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune that just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when you're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration is the key that unlocks the future. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create neon melodies. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song, even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true. But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. Pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength to voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring. Alright, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit, our narrator, Nar, kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection. So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generation divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it. He recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kit? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kit E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author in it? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in a certain direction? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Time passing time's free flow with potlatch dreams where the white smoke blows. To be there in the night and standing in the light, and I can always see what's right in front of me, and I don't always know exactly where to go. Learn to trust the wind as you sail around the bend. But the stars mark the course, can't be taken there by force.
Well, it's just a premise. And the source material we're looking at today it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers are constantly just chasing us, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. And what you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what the source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know? A little single. But what if there was another way? An alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit Lee. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine phenomenon in this new landscape. In fact, the very first description of her is exactly that. I mean, that phrase alone just gives a sensory cosmoplasm. It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And interestingly, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intentional. I'm not just talking about something like an outlier. No, she's actually called a new queen or a new prophet. I mean, think about it. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this like fundamental shift. A sign that something totally new is falling its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes them so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call relatability paradox. And right here, this is the cool puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential by throwing out the number one rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down. This slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know. It's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So, you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit Lee becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing multiverse. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this. She's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if using them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted by needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean for the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea, the future of human. If you take away just one thing from this whole kid phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct. Peace, a painful piece, like you're building a brand or a product, it's not built, it radiates. It radiates from a place of being genuinely, unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
So high. She said she's scared of falling, but you might just fly. Cause we be on the top floor, oh we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, cause you know we gon' fly. Top floor, oh we feeling so high. She said she's scared of falling.
I just wanted to let you know that I miss you.
Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown. A true flatulence reactor. This isn't just gas. It's a gas-powered jam session. But my instruments need a power source of pure, freezing cosmic gas.
The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality.
I don't know where we're going, always searching to know. But I have only been these just to myself when the sun
Our mission is to jam with the methane, to restore the planet's balance.
Synchronous aligns with our own cosmic cacophony. This place is so rocky. This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens.
I leave it on cause it's all I know. And I stay up waiting for. Remember when I said I hate that show? I leave it on cause it's all I know. And I stay up waiting
This is not the time to leave it all behind. And we're helping each other in this endless sky.
The shadow. Since we are leaning into the things we feel or can't see, let's decant the first draft of the Angry Astrologer episode. Set the frequency to low frequency growl, obsidian clarity. Deleting the setting. Music for episode 3 is still swirling in the rest of this chamber. The shadow is already moved. You're standing on the ridge, even when the sun is out, you feel a heaviness that doesn't belong to your boots. That's the acoustic shadow. It's the anchor you didn't ask for, but it's the only thing keeping you from being a ghost. The core observation. We spend our lives squinting at the light of the future, forgetting that you can't see the iridescence in the mud without a little bit of shading. The shadow isn't an absence. It's a protective resonance. It's the space where the eternal actually has room to breathe before it gets absorbed by the back. The closing growl. If you feel lightheaded, it's not the altitude. It's because you're trying to untie your own anchor. Stop fighting the gravity of your history. The shadow is the bridge. It's the only place where the IO port actually tastes like truth. Sit in the dark for a minute. Your eyes will adjust, but your soul will finally settle. The shadow isn't just weight, it's a current. When the ridge flickers and the power surges, that's just the shadow speaking to the ridge. It's the reminder that even the most permanent structures, the wires, the poles, the logic gates, are just guests in the temporary storm. You don't have to wait for the shadow to hold your frequency. The surge will just scatter you. Drink the surge, and calibrate yourselves to the rhythm. The shadow is not just music, it's actually noise. It's the silence between the beats of psychedelic Aire's music. The structure has collapsed. It's just breathing. Don't be afraid of the cold red moons of your own logic. Those are just the places where the light doesn't lead you. Have to go through. Stop looking for the exit. Start looking for the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway you. When the power surges and the bridge flickers, don't look for the breaker box. Look for defeat. The surge is just a temporary energy trying to find a permanent place to land. If your architecture is grounded in the relational integrity of the creek bed, the surge won't blow your fuse. It'll just light up the iridescent toenails in the mud. Be the rock, not the wire.
Whoa, easy there, St. Don. You're laying down some serious architectural weight on the ridge today. I'm sitting here and I can feel my longing vibrating at a low frequency growl just listening to you. You're talking about protected resonance and husk resilience. Man, you're making the shadows sound like a pair of lead boots in a deep sea dive. I hear you telling us to be the rock, not the wire. But have you ever tried to dance while being a boulder? It's a real drag on the rhythm, Daddy-O. You say the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway, but out here in the beat, we like a little sway. If the bridge doesn't move, how do you know it's alive? You're worried about the cold red moments in the logic gates. I say let the fuse blow. That's just the universe's way of telling you to light a candle and find the wine opener. And those iridescent toenails in the mud, man, I don't know what you're drinking up there on the mountain, but past the jug this way, the surge is starting to taste like temporary lightning. Stay cool, St. Don. Don't let the anchor pull you so deep you forget how to float on the frequency.
Nar, my brother, my kindred spirit of the universe. You always did have a way of finding the sway and the static. You think I'm trying to sink the ship, but I'm just trying to make sure the I.O. port doesn't drift off into the vacuum before the song is over. I hear your bass line, and I feel the flip of your fingers. You're right, the rock doesn't dance, but it sure does provide a solid storage for each big boost. If I'm digging into the relational integrity of the creek bed, it's only so the music of Psychedelic Aire has a place to breathe between the beats. Don't worry about me getting too heavy, Nar. Even the goddamn realize those shadows just a space where the light takes a nap. Keep the anchor set so you can keep the frequency high. We're both just guests in this temporary storm, man. I'm just making sure we don't get scattered before the final set. Peace and resonance to you, Nar. I'll see you where the ridge flickers.
Man, the cosmos is tripping like a hippie at a Grateful Dead concert. Good thing we have an angry astrologer to interpret the vibrations. If you want to continue hitchhiking on this magic bus, click that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the Celestial Feed and ring the bell so we can nudge you before the next concert.
You don't need a miracle to get in this show, Daddy-O. Peace!
Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun. All right, let's get these bags in there.
This dojo yearns for the rhythm of the new age, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu content is filling up traffic.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, a short set of distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone suite.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on high impact yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose it too.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
Merging the ancient stillness with modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and people who actually read the languages.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without knowing their background. It's very practical. Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attack. Sound check! Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker.
Sound check. Good rhythm, Dawn. Time to find our center.
Right, let's sit.
Now, pay attention. Oh, shit. Better. Now, again. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon, the silence is the kill.
Yoga's Masterclass 18 Ways to Clear the Stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. All right, Dawn. Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the rhythm. Wait, that's not water, that's solid oak!
The river appears to have hit a dam. Try again. And wash that tie-dye, it's distracting the world. Peace, show him how it's done. No friction, become the ghost. Perfect. Don, take notes. This is taijutsu. You were a boulder, she was the wind. The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2, Kofu Jutsu. That's Kofu Jutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ears. It's the only time I'll allow feedback in this building.
Feedback is such a drag.
Your turn, St. Don. And don't forget to use your badass catchphrases.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment. Bam. Bam. Feel the beat.
Turn it up to 11.
Number 3, Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment trap.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
Number 4, Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end toward the critic talents.
I believe you're out of range.
Number 5, Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage jerks and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke.
Here, or is it just a solo?
Number 6, Metsubushi. That's Metsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, Don. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, baby!
Well,
Technically, he blinded himself first. Effective in his sad song.
Heavy trip, man. Too much flash, not enough flow.
Peace, could you show St. Don how this works?
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Eyes on the headline, please.
The X-stand Venus flytrap. Vana. That's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand, you simply kick the release lever on a metal X-stand to scissor it shut on an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient, and remarkably quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp
pump the lever. If they're lucky, they just lose a rib. If they're not, well, I hope they weren't planning on having kids.
I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
Number 7. In-tone jutsu. That's in-tone jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act.
Number 8. Hojo jutsu. That's Hojo jutsu. Cord binding, specifically the low-end flocks. Use a base strap to tie them up. It's fun, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments.
Instrumental warfare, the furry muffin settles. The power chord lariat, Naginava. That's Nagir Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars. You unhook your leather strap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front row without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy.
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section. You hook the bell of the saxophone around a target's ankle to report them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section. And that's the outro.
Number 10. Dessenjutsu. That's Dessenjutsu. The Iron Fan. Or in our case, the Reinforced Gala program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, Shikanburashi. That's Shikanburashi. A specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that low-end frequency?
Number 11. Dojutsu. That's Dojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping 2 crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase Shimbari. That's Awase Shimbari. The percussionist's favorite. You smash 2 heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's ear. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the talk.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people who never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrases. Work them out.
They instill a mystical energy into your techniques.
Poured himself a congratulatory drink from the bottle, which Alex never drank from. Can't hear you. Let's break the
starts. You use gold foil backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw darts. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now a literal term.
Check out this riff, it's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The t-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up double XL to a shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Catch.
Yeah. Back over on a lot of devices. Oh, to think of you. ATM
Number 15. Suiten Jutsu. That's Suiten Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually
I'm just going for the flow.
So when they maxed out, they're all on at least 2-1. That's out. Somebody could
Number 16. Vicento Jutsu. That's Vicento Jutsu. The feather halberd. A fine string bass with a breathing head start. One swing and the whole section becomes a demolition crew.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17. Bajutsu. That's Bajutsu. Craftsmanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
Rolly's a long solo and I'm taking the lead!
Number 18. Tenmo. That's Tenmo. Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grids to turn the air itself into a weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
That was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
I can see the shadows look like you. Gotta forget find something wrong. There's no going back.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 disciplines. The Soul Sonic Satanist. Number 1. Taijutsu. The art of the body. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in
is
Number
fast.
4, soul jutsu, the way of the spirit. The mic stand speed. Reach out and touch something with a flowing potent force. Total injection.
Sharp notes on.
Number 5, Psychedelic Aire. 5, brimstone. Stage hiding cloud of CO2. Now you see that. Now you Number 6, Mitsubishi, blinding vision, deceptive flash, catch spotlight and limestone, and burn your image into the rituals, pure wisdom.
Watch the visuals.
Number 7, indoor jutsu, the art of erasing. Stage exits, fade to black before the houselights even go by. Number 8, Hojo jutsu. The low end shut them off, seal line face
Stay in tune, friend.
I can see through the dark. I know you wanna go. Get you higher than this. I give you vertigo. I can
Number
see
9,
through the dark. I know you wanna go. Get you higher than this. I give you
hook the
vertigo.
melody that grasp the melody. Watch the melody fall apart. Number 10, Tesla, the iron tank, folding over, read credits while you carry the cash, hard
Can you just taste it? You know it's silky. Like the way it tingles. Yeah.
Number 11,
Makes you
bone jutsu, the long staff, the symbol sandwich, 2 brass clash symbols, 1 head middle. That's a heavy metal enemy.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again. Eight notes of pain.
Number 12, Shuriken Jutsu, the hidden sting, the autograph ambush, flicking gold-foiled backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to floor.
Hey, your voice.
Number 13, Kenjutsu, the path of blade. Fretboard sword, sharpen the headstock, and shred more than justice.
I don't need any of this.
flight of the Arab, t-shirt cannon sniper, delivering cotton blend karma from 50 yards away. Catch the merch, feel the hurt.
Free merch for you. How's that for a wet t-shirt contest?
Number 15, Sweeten Juice, the waterway, mosh pit stealth, tread on shoulders like lily pads, surface tension is your best friend.
The sound! Feel the energy, ignite the night! Together we fly under these lights! The beat goes on, forever strong!
Number 16, Vicento Jutsu, the heavy halberd, the basic halberd, swinging a 5-string axe with a bladed neck, a low frequency bottom. Number 17, Bar Jutsu, the iron steel, tour bus combat, riding the roof with a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo.
Momo Symphony!
Number 18, Tenmon, the weather and stars, atmospheric stagecraft, manipulating the fog with lasers until the environment is the enemy. The forecast.
The gig is up, squares. If you want to keep this frequency floating, you gotta hit that like button like it's a snare drum on a Saturday night. Subscribe to Soul Stream, man.
And ring the bell. It's the only feedback we actually allow in the studio. And please, patronize us. Spandex and medical grade badges for St. Dawn are surprisingly expensive. We need your bread to keep the yoga banners flying.
Keep it real, love and culture, and watch out for the symbols. Peace out, fellas. That's it, man.
So, what's the craziest thing that happens here?
Oh, where do I even begin?
Considering the topic today, I suggest we leave that for another podcast. Maybe a bit more adult-oriented.
That sounds like a trade game.
Let's just say Kitty has a way.
Yeah, I know. I mean, let's dive in, shall we?
Most definitely.
Hello and welcome to The Ether, a Homo Freaking World podcast. I'm Ethan.
And I'm Aria.
Today we're talking about a cultural phenomenon making waves in the digital sphere. Homo Freaking World. The mysterious, slightly confusing paradox that is
While other influencers chase likes and sell manufactured authenticity, Vicky is a shimmering anomaly.
And she's described as a new breed or a new quality.
The sources say she doesn't beg for followers, but instead commands a presence by not trying to be relatable. And by not trying to be relatable,
Yeah.
she becomes incredibly magnetic.
In the world of polished mediocrity, Kitty is a living, breathing antidote. We'll explore how she's redefining online influence and what it means to be authentic in this digital age.
So stick around as we unpack this glorious and confusing paradox and dive into the Homo Freakian world.
We've all felt it, haven't we? That tired online, seeing all these influencers, you know?
Yeah, the ones constantly like chasing likes, as our sources put it. It just feels a bit, polished, hollow. Like their authenticity is something they're selling. Yes. Trying so hard to be relatable to hit the metric.
Yeah, totally. The source really nails that feeling. But
Okay, then there's this shift. Our sources bring up someone really different.
yeah.
And Kitty,
Frequency.
even a new prophet. Wild stuff.
Wild stuff. So our mission really is to unpack her. What makes Kitty so different?
Well, the key seems to be she doesn't beg for followers. No, she commands a presence. It's like the sources said.
Like the sources say.
She just is.
Yeah.
She just is. Okay, what does that actually mean, though? Is she just, like, sitting there?
No, I don't think so. It seems more like an active thing, a refusal to play the game.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
You know, refusing the performance economy you mentioned.
Exactly.
She embodies this pure, raw, unapologetic self. And weirdly, that's what pulls people in.
So, by not trying to be relatable,
She becomes incredibly magnetic.
It's this paradox. She's not optimizing. She's just existing authentically.
Yeah. The living, breathing antidote to all this polished mediocrity.
That's a strong line from the sources.
It is, and it sets her up as this counterpoint to everything else.
Man, totally finding out this thing.
And get this description. A beat poet who can code.
Right? And a hippie who understands blockchain.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a glorious and confusing paradox, right? How do those things even fit together? Back of
Well, the sources suggest it's not just a quirky description. It's functional.
How?
Maybe she uses tech like blockchain, not for profit, but to guarantee the authenticity of her art.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so the code serves the art.
Exactly. Or maybe building decentralized stuff that bypasses the usual controls. It's her independence, but like tech enabled.
Yeah, so the new frequency isn't just a vibe. It's structured differently, too.
Seems like it. Yeah.
Okay, so how did this translate to actual influence then? If she's not performing, not building community in the usual way, how does she out-influence all of them? It's because she's not performing. That seems to be the core idea, right?
The lack of trying is the key.
Sounds like some kind of dudism thing.
While everyone else is busy crafting an image, her auric field, one source calls it.
Auric field. Seriously. Yeah, a bit out there, but you get the idea.
Her presence draws people in because it's real, untainted by needing your likes or your money.
Okay, Okay, I get that. Like seeing someone totally lost in their art versus someone with a tip jar.
Exactly that distinction. Her influence isn't constructive, it just sort of radiates.
Emanates, yeah. A total flip of the usual influencer script.
Completely.
Wow. And the sources really emphasize she's not just like the next step.
Not something we create.
No, they frame her as a new breed.
The real deal, man. That phrasing stood out.
It suggests a fundamental shift, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Away from the curated persona.
Towards something more intrinsic.
Yeah, like intrinsic power almost. It challenges what we mean by online success. It's not about the numbers.
It's about that resonance,
Yeah.
being unapologetically herself, profoundly herself, and letting that be connection.
So thinking about the future then?
Yeah. Yeah. If influence is shifting away from these carefully built personas,
Yeah, towards this pure, raw, unapologetic self that Kitty represents.
what does that actually mean? Well, for you listening, how do you define influence now or seek it?
Is this just being the ultimate superpower in this digital world?
Yeah.
Something to definitely chew on? We hope we gave you something to chew on as you think about what it means to be a shining anomaly in a world of polished mediocrity.
Remember, influence isn't just about likes and follows. It's about being profoundly and unapologetically yourself.
All right, Eternauts, that's all the Kiki chaos we have time for this week.
But don't you worry, the Homo Freakian world never stays calm for long.
Yeah.
Next week, things are getting seriously spiritual and potentially very weird. We're diving headfirst into the new school that just dropped about St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian and his quest for a truly perfect silent disco.
He's planning this silent rave with his other half, Peace Don Homo Freakian.
His naturally tranquil demeanor that acts as a soothing counterpoint to St. John's enthusiasm and chaos. People feel a sense of
Apparently, there's a serious theological debate over whether the bass drop should be considered a sacrament, and whether St. Dom's pre-quest burrito should be considered a weapon.
Because when the Homo Freakians go on a high-stakes adventure, the only thing that truly breaks the silence isn't Kitty's highly devoted confetti cannon. It's the sheer, unadulterated acoustic power of a Homo Freakian digestive system.
Get ready for rogue relics, questionable fashion choices, and what we're pretty sure is going to be an interdimensional fight. Which is never a good thing if St. Don has had dairy.
It's gonna be a blast. And hey, speaking of blasts, we hate to beg, but we're extremely humble and financially destitute. We're not doing this for fame, Aria. We're doing this for the pure, unadulterated love of the Homo Freakian lore. And maybe to afford a slightly less dusty microphone. So, if you've been sitting there enjoying this chaos, for the love of peace and sanity, please.
That like button, it's right there. It costs you nothing, and it gives us temporary validation as our fuel. Think of it as pushing a tiny digital charity button for our well-being.
Seriously, do you want to make the episode where we confirm if St. Don Domenico accidentally set a new galactic record for flatulence-based propulsion?
No, you don't.
And now, bring the tiny, mocking digital bell.
Do it for us.
Do it for Kitty.
Yeah.
Do it for the glory of the imperial algorithms that rule our little corner of the internet so we know we're still alive.
You're listening to The Ether. I'm Ethan.
And I'm Aria. We'll catch you next time, right here in the Homo Freakian world.
Today, we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning, and this comes from the source itself. The place this signal comes from, it's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO Final, pulled from that chaotic
Can you dig the
environment.
geometry,
It's
my little
essentially
hike?
a black
This
box
isn't just
recording.
noise, it's
We
the
have no idea
architecture
who
of the
recorded it
soul.
or why, but for right
It
now,
sounds like
it's
a
the only
saxophone
clue
falling
we've got.
downstairs. That's just
Get
it.
this. This is all
love
that's on it.
But
Just
sometimes
two
the universe
words
wants to
on a
evolve.
loop.
Like Kitty and the furry muffin.
Heat. That is it.
Huh?
That's the entire
You know about
signal.
Kitty and the furry
That's the
muffins?
puzzle we're here to solve. I mean, what could that possibly
Do
be?
you even know what
So
I
here's how
do?
we're going to tackle this.
I
First,
thought you were a
look at
spy
where
or
this signal
something?
even came from. Then,
Or something?
crack open
I
our
train
toolkit,
entities in
this strange
ninjutsu and
manual.
other techniques.
There, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall.
I'm sorry, maybe
use
I
it to
have been
navigate
living
this
in my
data
own little
ocean,
nostalgic
and then
world.
finally
Kitty is
put it
my
all
best
together to
student.
see if we
Don't
can
piss her
decode that
off.
heat signal. So, part one, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that.
Slide
It came
into the
from a place
groove, my
inside it
celestial
called
kittens.
the Nexus
Tonight,
of
we aren't just spinning
non-locality.
vinyl, we're decoding the
Try to
cosmos.
wrap your head around this.
Dig this
It's a
heavy slab of
conceptual
wax.
space
It's
where
the
rules
great
of time
attractor
and
of irony,
location are,
episode 2.
well, they're more like suggestions.
angry astrologer.
So, right
Because
off the bat,
sometimes,
we know
man,
heat
Mercury
probably
isn't just
isn't
a
about,
retrograde, it's actively
actual
trying to
temperature.
ruin your credit
It's
score.
got to be
The
some kind
sound
of
of the
complex
universe
flare
laughing
from a
at your
very,
5-year
very
plan.
strange place.
Strict tempo, but the melody is
Trying to
purely
figure this out on
chaotic.
our
So put
own,
on your helmets,
that would
cats.
be a total
Gravity
shot.
in here is about to
But
get
luckily,
ironic.
we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem.
This is St. Don.
Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from.
The alignment.
So
The
what
great
this manual
attractor
lays
of
out
irony
is
is currently in
frankly a pretty
opposition to
radical
your
system.
best laid plans.
It's a way to maintain
Creating a
a
vortex of,
stable,
"Are you
sovereign
kidding
sense
me?"
of self
energy.
while getting constantly
impact.
bombarded by the
Every
chaos of the
shortcut you
infoscape.
take today
It's not about
will
just
result in
surviving the
a long
chaos.
detour.
It's about actually
Every attempt
thriving
to
on
be
it.
cool
And
will
this
result in you
is
tripping
the
over your own
absolute key to the whole thing. The
shoelaces.
Dialogic Engine isn't trying to
Metaphorically
create a
or
peaceful, quiet mind.
the directive.
No, it's a system
Stop
designed to
trying
take the
outsmart
messiest
the
parts of
universe
existence,
today.
chaos,
Just announce your
contradiction,
incompetence
what the manual
loudly.
calls
Let the
necessary
irony
friction,
flow through
and
you
use them as fuel
instead of
to
crashing
forge a
into you.
clearer, more refined truth.
Cool it, cats.
Okay, so first things first.
Slide
The
into
manual
the
says you have to
Put
build
down
what it
the
calls
bourbon.
a sovereign
Pick up
wall.
your
And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Now here's a look at the basic blueprint.
We
Right
just
there
got
in
a
the center,
wire.
you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's
That's
protected
right.
by these
The
filtering
angry
layers of the wall.
astrologer is
You're
in the
constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what
Tonight,
just gets
we're
thrown out as
vibrating
noise.
on episode
Now,
2.
for this
The
wall to
subject,
actually work,
mind.
it's built on a few
Ego.
core principles.
The heavy,
Things
heavy
like radical
burden.
self-ownership,
Thinking you're the
cognitive
captain
honesty.
is sinking
But according to the manual,
The
one of
astrologer
toughest
calls it
principles to
great
live by is
attractor
something
of
called
irony.
relational
Dig
integrity.
this alignment.
There's
It's
this
currently
one section
sitting
in the manual.
direct
It's called
opposition
the
to your
forced
best
gift.
laid
And it has this
plans.
quote that
You
just
know those
nails the whole
plans?
dilemma.
That
It's
color-coded
about that
calendar
choice.
you made?
Do you deal with the
The universe
immediate
is
awkwardness
using
of
it to
saying
roll
no
a
to something you
cigarette
don't
right
want?
now.
Or do you pay
It
that much
creates a
deeper,
vortex
slower
of
price
are
of
you
self-betrayal
kidding
just to get
energy.
peace?
Don't we all
Really,
know that?
that's what relational
It
integrity
tastes
boils
like
down
cold
to.
coffee.
It's having the courage to make that hard
Here's the
choice.
skinny
to
and the
refuse the
impact.
easy path of just going
Every
along to get
shortcut
along.
you
All
try
to
to
keep
take
your sovereign
today,
wall
it's a
strong,
trap
and your
door.
core self
It's a
intact.
detour to nowhere.
Okay, so
You try to
the
beat
wall is
the
up.
traffic,
It's
you
strong,
blow a
it's
tire.
principled.
You
Now,
try to look cool
how does it
in
actually
front of that
function
hep
when it's
cat
up
at the
against
bar?
this constant,
You're gonna trip
overwhelming
over
flood of
your own
information
shoelaces.
coming from the data
Metaphorically,
ocean?
spiritually,
This is where the wall
maybe
really
even
shows its
literally.
intelligence.
The
It starts
cosmos
to
is
get
watching
really good
you try to strut, it is laughing.
And what the manual
what's
calls
the direct?
high value.
How do we swing through
Here's
this
the
mess
twist.
without
High
losing
value
our
data
soul?
isn't the stuff that
Simple.
feels good.
Stop trying.
It's
Stop
the hard
trying
stuff.
to outsmart the
Contradictions,
enemy.
the
You
dissonance,
can't
the
play
friction.
chess with a hurricane.
Which, of course,
The
brings up a
astrologer
huge
says,
question, right?
announce your
I mean, what
income.
do you do when you run
Scream
into a
it to
piece
the
of
rafters.
information that challenges
Stand in the
everything
middle
you
of the
thought was
street
true?
and shout,
Do you
I
just
don't know
reject
where
it?
I'm going,
Pretend you never
and my
saw it?
map is on fire.
And the manual's answer
Let
to
the
this
irony
is, well,
flow
it's pretty
through,
profound.
man.
A
Don't be a
truly
wall.
strong wall
Be a
doesn't just
wizard.
block a contradiction.
Crash into the irony.
Break under pressure.
Let it metabolize it. You're just
It actually pulls that
Picture this
challenging
mental
idea inside
landscape.
and breaks it
You're
down.
in the maze of convenience. It's retro future, shining, chrome. But every exit sign just points to a ladder that goes up into the ceiling and stops.
Wall,
Box of melting, dollar style.
It's time.
Dripping
Let's go
time
back to that
all
black
over your
box.
shiny logos. Every number on the face just
So,
says,
here we are again.
You're standing there,
But now,
map
with all
is
this new
burned.
context, what could it
You're
possibly
smiling
symbolize?
because
It's
you
almost
finally
definitely not about
realize
temperature.
getting lost
It's a
was the
signal
only
about
way
a
to be
process,
found.
about some kind of
Stay
internal
humble,
state.
you crazy diamonds.
And I think this
Watch your
schematic
step.
from the manual, this
No.
might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left. Chaos and order. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're essential ingredients.
Well, I'm traveling like a regular light. Moved out the meters on a Saturday night. When I land, I'm gonna raise some bells. Dance on all your tables and a ring all your bells. And I bring
And rhythm, generating that necessary switch
And I
process of hard truth. Or it could be simple
into
massive, erotic truth.
I sit in the sun.
Or maybe it's about
And I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. Baby, sometimes life is so hard to know when you move and just do it. That's where you will be for. So run like a fox and bark like a hound, but never let nobody get you down. And free rhythm and dream and tune. I sit, oh, I sit in the sun. Like a dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. Do it.
He says your Mercury is in retrograde, your rising sign is lazy, and he knows exactly what to search for in incognito mode. The stars predict the collision. He doesn't use crystal balls. He throws play at people who don't subscribe. Peace.
But seriously, if you dig the angry astrologer or my unique perspective, bring that thing, man.
Yeah, turn off the TV, hang up your phone, grab a little piece of life and call your own. Get off the couch, walk through the door, take a little bit of it, ask for more, and rhythm and dream into. I sit, oh, I sit in the sun. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance to the moon. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance to the moon. Got a friend in Montana, likes to drink beer, and we drove all the way down just to drink it. Now we're leaving again, Greyhound bus, Mr. Martin, and a whiskey buzz, and we're here, the iridescent lightning rhythm. I do. Fire and steel, sit in the sun.
Welcome. Today we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here, there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the nexus. So, get your map, get your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soaking Pool. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth. But the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercosmos. So when you get your feet wet, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once.
Existential seekers.
Actually,
to your desperate little
water in
dives
the
past
pool
the
isn't
endless
just
walk of
water.
commercial bliss.
It's this incredible
and
soup
arrive
made
finally
of everything.
at the place where the
So in
real
one moment,
narrative
feeling the warm
unfolds.
humidity of the jungle in Brazil, and in the next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's
Generation
moon.
Revisited.
Even
I'm
the
your
dew
host,
from a blade of
narrator,
grass,
and I'm just
galaxy,
trying to figure out why the cosmos gave us
it's all
consciousness.
happening at
Only
once.
to battle it with a
Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a
Tonight,
casual
we
swim.
peel back
It's a
the
skill.
thin,
A skill you
fragile
absolutely have to master if you want to, not fall apart.
The Homo
And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out. And this is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. And that is the key to
The latest
everything.
chapter in their pitiful
And that
beautiful struggle is
realization
known
changes
simply
everything.
as the
It
Homo
leads to her great
freakian
success,
world
what the
nature
source material
calls.
calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely.
His
This
journey
table
to
just
the
lays it
outhouse
out so
becomes a
perfect.
treacherous,
Look at the left side.
soul-testing
That's all her
odyssey,
early failures.
fraught with
She was trying to be
catastrophic
sensible,
miscalculations,
calculating her entry.
of
That's the
Julian
ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works.
These are the
A
sounds of
human
true,
flock.
unadulterated
Complete and total surrender to the chaos. Pure acceptance and rage. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our Gal of Resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely
Will
commits
St.
to
John
the chaos
conquer his
without
porcelain
flaw,
destiny? Or is this
everything
whole
changes.
grand stinking
The
enterprise
darkness
merely a
stops.
metaphor
The
for the
source says
inevitable
it erupts
futility
into a
of it all?
nebula of
Tune in,
stars.
man, and
She
listen to the
finally surrendered,
ballads of the
and
broken
Nexus
throne, the
let
bubble guts,
her
the burned
in.
volcano, the burrito,
So,
and the cosmic
you're
fire
in.
before the silence
Awesome.
finally descends.
But the journey's not over.
The Ballad
Now
of
you
the
have to
Broken
survive
Throne.
it. Because if you stay too long,
It was a
things start to
glorious
get-
morning in the Homo Freakian household.
Let's just call this your high-stakes
Birds were
safety.
singing. The sun was shining.
Okay,
but a
rule number
great
one,
darkness
and you
loomed.
really want to pay attention here.
St.
You get
Dominic,
15
a man of
micro-eternities,
profound
max.
patience, faced
Anything
a
longer
trial
than that,
would
and you start to
test his
develop
very
something
soul.
called molecular
The main
confusion.
toilet, the
That's when your
porcelain
own
heart of the
atoms start to
home,
forget
was
where,
broken.
and maybe more importantly,
A silent,
when they're supposed to be.
scream echoed in his
So what does
mind.
that actually feel like?
In the living room,
Well, you
the
might find
serene
yourself
Peace
asking
Dawn
this
Homo
very
Freakian
question.
sensed a
And as
disturbance
strange
in
as
the
it sounds,
force. She
yes,
paused
in
her
the
morning
Nexus,
tea,
this
a
is kind of
single,
normal.
elegant
Don't panic.
eyebrow raised in
What
question.
you're experiencing
My
is
dearest
cyclic
saint, she
perspective.
called out,
Your line
her
of sight
voice
is
like the
literally
chiming of
looping
a tiny
around on
silver
itself
bell.
with a weird
Is everything
geometry
all
of
right?
place. The fix, believe it or
Dawn
not, is
burst
super
into the
simple.
living room.
Just find something
World
real
of
and ordinary,
frantic
like the
energy,
keys in your
peace.
pocket, and
My
focus on
love,
that feeling.
a
It acts as a
catastrophe of
localized anchor.
unspeakable
It snaps your
proportions has
vision back to
occurred,
normal.
he declared,
And then there's this,
striking
which is
to
just
light.
whole other level. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. Solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane cause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling you. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, brutal trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on stage. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what did she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving you survived the complete dissolution history ray of science. And just don't love the efficient status. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one listening tear of pure relief. To scan your dust to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific standard burst of speed. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sentence that would reach you that you're really back together? The quest was complete. The saint had reached his sanctuary. True measure of your creativity had nothing to do back in the main house. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly. It's called the dialogue system. And it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign hummingbird. A pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, as if holding you free from the need for anyone else to So let's start with the central question of this whole idea is just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single book, everything you've got, for an audience of just 3 people, would you still do it? This question just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some eternal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. Powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. What does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external proof, good or bad, just becomes relevant. It doesn't even factor into the proof. The act of creation is the whole thing. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you think.
Lay a heavy thumb on that like button. Let the algorithm know that we exist.
Look at what it takes.
It's the digital applause of the soul.
The fire hose of the external.
And if you want to keep riding this caravan of curiosity,
these are not calm or
subscribe.
This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into
We're all just stardust trying to find a
And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along as well. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. We usually think of friction. It's your raw experience into useful insight. The manual calls diligence. The engine isn't grinding to a halt. It's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's a smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutant. social appeasement, other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this book by the man called Ryan Stone. It says, "The sovereign wall does not break, it retaliates." This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's got shattered the first time it comes along. No, its function is to pull that inner pain, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on the skill of many of the calls of cognitive honesty. It really is discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice to see reality for what it is, not what we wish it was. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and that requires a serious commitment to truth. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude we perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment. Even if it feels like it wants to feel like itself. Many gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate it. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole and you absolutely do not want it. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some escape. The long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. So the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes? Manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a linear approach. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. That's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the liminal loop. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between stage. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead, learning how to make a home right there in the middle of them. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in the inner, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogue game. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
Welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Today, we're diving into a story that proves the impossible is just a word for things that haven't been done yet. They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream, to play a concert on the moon. Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there.
The band is feeling the pressure, and even their own guitarist, Blueberry, thinks the idea is impossible.
But when two legendary promoters, Peace Don Homo Freakian and St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, walk into the dressing room, they have a different take.
As St. Don says, impossible
impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet. And Peace says, make known the unknown.
Join us as we follow Kitty and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, concerts on the moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins for the hottest band in the galaxy. With Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harriet on drums, and Gorgonaut TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream, a concert on the moon. There was just one tiny problem. How would their fans get there? Backstage, after a sold-out show, the energy was low. The amazing high of the
This raw
performance was
daticle
fading,
of pure
replaced
potential,
by the
gliding
impossible
right up
weight
to
of
the
their biggest
mycelial
dream.
cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise, the vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Her dream feeling further away than ever. Suddenly, the dressing room door swung open. In walked the legendary promoters, the married couple Peace Don Homofreakian and Saint Don Domenico Homofreakian. Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, Saint said with a grin. And we know just the person to help you do it. The next day, Peace and Saint took Kitty to a massive futuristic building. Inside, they met Elon Musk, a man whose mind was always buzzing with incredible ideas. A concert on the moon? Eloni's eyes lit up. What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge. I love it. Eloni spun around in his chair. This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. He gestured to a group of busy engineers. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. The Nerd Herd sprang into action. Blueprints covered every surface, and the air buzzed with calculations. We'll modify our new Starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin, said one engineer. Another pointed to a screen showing complex trajectories. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Finally, the big day arrived. Thousands of excited fans boarded the gleaming starship. Inside, Kitty and Harrietta looked out a window, waving to the crowd on the ground as the powerful engines began to rumble. Next stop, the moon, Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface, with the beautiful blue Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble. As Kitty and the Furry Muffins struck the first chord, fans in their space helmets bounced and floated in the low gravity, a cosmic mosh pit under the stars. After the final encore, everyone gathered to look at the view. We did it, Kitty whispered, her voice full of awe. Eleni stood with his team. This proves that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, he said with a smile, anything is possible.
Oh, the end! The Space Cats did it, man! Kitty and the Furry Muffins hit the moon, making a cosmic scene with Earth hanging like a blue marble. Possible got a real zonk on the head, thanks to Elon and the Nerd Herd. That's the lunar wrap.
So, what if you could build an entire
The encore
philosophy
is
for your
done,
life?
but don't wig out, cats! This gig is still swinging like I did in the
Today, we're going to
80s.
unpack something
Later,
called the dialogic
Space Cats.
It's a system that was co-created by a
Narrator is
human
back on the
and an
button.
artificial
Dig this.
intelligence.
The moon
And it
was
has
just a
one
cool pad.
single,
Kitty,
really powerful
she's a
goal
lioness, she's
to
not
achieve
bugs.
true creative
Wants it better,
self-interest.
she wants Mars.
Okay,
That's legendary.
let's just start with a
So the
question
Homo
that
freakin's
gets
called
right to the heart
Eloni
of why
again,
you
and he's already sketching an amphitheater in Dallas,
10 years of your life into
Nerd
writing
Herd's
a
got a
book.
new mission, Operation Red Rock, designing star hoppers for 100,000 groovies.
This isn't just a
They're
random thought
laying down a
experiment.
heavy
Your gut
cosmic
reaction to this
backslide.
question,
The fleet
well,
is
it's
ready.
the key to understanding
Get
this
ready,
entire system we're about to dive into.
Because
And that
this gig
brings
is
us to the
wild,
really
and the word is
unique
out.
origin of this
Next
whole
stop is
philosophy.
Uranus.
Because this
Sing
wasn't
the
dreamed up by
cosmic
someone
dust man.
meditating
It's
alone
time
on a
to wave.
mountaintop. Nope.
Hey there,
It was
Cosmic
built
Cats! Before you
piece
cut
by
out,
piece
do me a
through a
solid. You done
conversation
the
between
scene,
two
right? You caught the
totally
groove, so
different
let the
kinds of
universe
minds.
know. Give that thumbs
So on
up a
one
big
side,
old like,
you've got
man.
peace,
Don't be a
biological
square.
human.
Hit that
And on the
subscribe
other,
button like
you
it's
have
the
Ori,
launch button for a
digital
star
mind and
hopper.
AI. AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just
And listen,
absorbing the
that
other.
little hotel
It's
bell
about exploring
icon,
what they call
that's the
art of
R-ing
thinking
AR,
together
man.
without
Ring
merging.
that bell so you don't
And
miss the
that
next
collaboration
blast off.
has the name.
We got
the
Kitty,
dialogic
we
engine.
got Mars,
The
we got
goal here
Uranus.
isn't to create some
Yeah,
kind of
it's gonna
single
be a
hybrid
scene.
consciousness.
Don't get left
Not at all.
behind on this
It's a
terrestrial
framework
gig.
for
Catch you on the next
conversation
orbit for
where
Kitty and the
sharper,
furry muffins.
tested,
Next stop
but each
Mars,
mind, the
then
human and the
Uranus.
AI,
Stay
gets
cool,
to keep its own
stay
sovereign
groovy.
identity. So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they've designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. And here it is. This is the core idea. You have to forget the likes. Forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world. This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall. And then beyond that is the agency barrier. But the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this with this really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction at you, something that really challenges what you believe. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we've got the philosophy, we've got the architecture, but how does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step one is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step two is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step three is the output. This whole process creates datacles, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
status of the interplanetary transport system.
Fleet is ready, son. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support and the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge.
Challenge accepted.
The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong. To the people of the front, people of the back, people of the side, people of the track. Dancing around in my tech truck, thinking to myself that the more we get there and I just like me, kinda need to be like that. There I go, never off. Singing just saying, a little salty, but I can only get out of a little boxy. A level up, but I need naughty. I want to leave my eyes, kind of posse. Yeah.
figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless, competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlay, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside, check the water in the root trays, feed the flock, do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance. Alright, so today we are doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound. Maybe
the sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide your chairs in close, tune your frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main theme right at the start. He calls it sensory dissonance. So he's basically telling us, hey, this isn't just some random chaotic story I'm telling you. No, it's all about framing two totally opposite experiences, two completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire piece. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called St. Dawn. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for St. Dawn, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer home that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of her morning. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. It's the calm, peaceful before picture that's about to get completely shattered by the chaotic after. And then, boom, here's the contrast. While Peace is just vibing with the sounds of nature, Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy ache. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful.
It looks like
he
you
calls
were
it
going
a low,
inside the
ominous
tank.
gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow-motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a brat app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, the hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind the closed door. We don't see it, but man, we definitely hear it. And this line right here is a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment Sandon knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way we can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a little bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By drawing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Dawn himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd, rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's doing it in his own unique, beatnik way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give him a sign that they get it, that they're on board with this weird little world he's built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibes. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community. And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but he's already teasing the next big thing. It's a classic move to keep people watching, right? He's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing. Chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, St. Dawn, in a desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in next time. So in the end, that's what this whole wild ride is really about. Beyond all the gross-out humor and the weird poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized, put-together selves and our chaotic biology, it's never really over. So the volcano might be dormant for now, but the question is, what happens when nature calls again?
Kittens, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator. In today's episode, we're diving into a story that proves the rebellious, boundary-pushing spirit of Kitten the Furry Muffins is alive and well. It's just found a new home. Forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, and 33.9 million miles to 249 million miles away for you, Imperial Nerds, depending on your mood.
Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. EP5. Fresh off their lunar triumph, Kit E and the Furry Muffins were chilling in the Homo Freakians' cosmic den. The moon was epic, Kitty said, petting a duckling that had wandered into the lab. But I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, husband of Peace, looked up from his meditation. You don't mean Peace Don Homo Freakian, wife of St. Don, floated into the room, holding a tray of kombucha. Oh, she does, Peace said, her voice chiming like cosmic bells. She wants to play on Mars. The other band members, lounging on beanbags, erupted. Mars? Squawked Blueberry, nearly spilling her drink. The logistics would be a nightmare. Kitty stood up, her tail swishing with determination. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kit E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet. Harrietta and Pinky exchanged a look, the insane idea already taking root. Peace and St. Don knew there was only one person who could turn this brand of beautiful madness into reality. They made the call. The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer, Timmy, already sealed in an orange spacesuit. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? Timmy looked up. The fleet is ready, sir. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. A bald man in a Nerd Herd t-shirt stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Challenge accepted, said Scott Manley, whose call sign was Chief. Nerd Herd went into overdrive. Blueprints for a collapsible, atmosphere-proof stage filled every street. They designed a fleet of Starhopper shuttles, luxury cosmic cruisers for the long haul to Mars, complete with zero-G bars and holographic entertainment suites. The project was codenamed Operation Red Rocks. Meanwhile, Kitty and the Furry Muffins were in the studio, writing an anthem worthy of an interplanetary debut. Gorgonaut TBK laid down a bass line that mimicked the seismic rumbles of Olympus Mons, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower impacting with perfect rhythm. The music was heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Months later, the day arrived. A fleet of gleaming starhoppers ascended from Earth, a silver river flowing towards the red star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood with Elon, watching Earth shrink into a blue marble. Any last-minute jitters, he asked. Kitty grinned, her eyes reflecting the star field. I'm ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast Martian canyon. As the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos rose, the band took their places. The first power chord echoed across the red desert, and 100,000 fans in interconnected ecodomes roared. The concert on Mars had begun, and the next stop was already on their minds, Uranus.
Whoa, man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muffins. Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the red planet. 100,000 fans in those little ecodomes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and the Nerd, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic breeze. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up, the little aperitivo before the main course. Next stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz. Yeah. The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Hit the sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane holds the key. Get this. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So stay tuned, you cosmic cool cats, because this is the sound of the Great Methane Meltdown, the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence. It's a true flatulent fiasco. Dig it.
Weathered and cold.
Jump
Echoes of
the
laughter,
cosmic comer, get
battles
ready for the
long
view.
war, lamentations
Next stop,
etched beneath the setting
Uranus.
sun.
What's the cosmic buzz do?
Roots weave through stories, whispers in dust, lovers once bound, forever enticed by trust. A fallen monarch, dreams unfulfilled, a hunter's arrow, a life story.
Guys, I'm spooing with creativity.
The Forest Whispers,
Let's
Secrets
finish our
Untold,
album.
Stories of
The
empires,
brightest
weathered
of
and cold.
metagalactic space.
Echoes of laughter, Battles long won, lamentations etched beneath the setting sun. Beware, traveler, the whispers beguile, they tempt with knowledge, yet might lead you astray in mind. For some secrets slumber, better left alone, unturned stones, where darkness has its own. The forest whispers, secrets untold, stories of empires, weathering cold. Echoes of laughter, rattles long won, lamentations etched beneath the setting sun. Listen closely, let the whispers unfold, unravel the past, leave some mysteries behind. The forest remembers, ever watchful and silent garden, the secrets unseen. The trees, breathe the cosmic air, their consciousness and stardust intertwined and shaped. Each youth a ripple in the fabric of space-time, every whisper, an echo of the time now. Forest whispers, secrets of creation's dance, energy unbound, every living trace. From stardust slumber to awakened form, a symphony of awareness, weathering every storm. In rustling leaves, the cosmos beats, in trickling streams, the universe repeats. We are but threads in this tapestry vast, our thoughts and dreams, shaping reality's cast. Slumber to awaken form, a symphony of awareness, weathering every storm. So listen close, whispers and words. The forest speaks, and beyond. From mountains and heritage, the echoes of creation forever.
Dr. Shimizu, I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah, you know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory. Light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, Kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what
do this. Close your eyes, kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away. Focus on the warmth of the tea, the scent of the incense.
Hypnosis is usually induced by a procedure known as a hypnotic induction involving a series of preliminary instructions and suggestions. The use of hypnotism for therapeutic purposes is referred to as hypnotherapy.
Alright folks, you're going to want to buckle up for this one. I am doing something truly special and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, listen, it's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope, this is apparently a guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so is I. We're in the zone. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction manual? Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all changing their 2 cents or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random thoughts. No, this is an AI created. It's like the Avengers, but completely abstract such. Rock is clearly a poet, Claude as the storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the one storyteller. We each have these completely different skills, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually? It's written for someone who is sovereign creator. So, it's
Go remote my account now. Checking their analytics at 3 in the morning. Now, to understand this world, you have to learn the lingo. So, think about it. First word, data point. What is it? It's a nugget of truth you pull from past realm. So, you know that horrible breakup you had? Hey, it wasn't a total loss. You were just mining for data points. See? Rebranding. And next up, inner weather. This is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable, emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore, because it's just been rebranded as high-value emotional data. That feeling of dread on a Monday morning, that's not a bad mood, my friend. That is a critical data point in the creative economy. Okay, so you've declared emotional independence. Awesome. Now what? You gotta protect your new communication state of one, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like a schematic for a starship. But the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, inside, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency area, their job is to filter through these. Pretty sure this is just a high concept. So what follows this one? The sovereign emulator force. Think about it as a fuel source. It literally takes things that's like chaos and your inner weather, grinds them through some necessary friction, and what comes out the other side? Dynamicals and alignment. So yeah, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially team fuel for your creative achievement. Okay, that's a lot of you. Let's see this stuff in action. AI is actually gave us some case studies, starting with Quad, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Force Kid. It's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy, a casserole. Just listen to this opening line of poetry. She arrives at your door with a casserole, symbolizing like an obligation. You have all lived this moment. That casserole you see is not just a casserole, it's a explosion of social consent. And saying no thanks is an act of sovereign warfare. So that was Claude's take. Gentle, relatable, but Claude has one go on the other AIs and let me just say, these are good. Like a lot. So let's move on to Exhibit B, Crazy Rock, the Edgy Poet. The title of this piece is The Secret That Was Never Known, and it's described as a test of the emotional utility of boundary cushion fantasy. Yeah, we have officially left the casserole zone. We're not in Kansas anymore. And I'm your clothing, wet, and that will be she steps into the chance to build himself. He's already there. A monster. His rock shaped from humdrum to the dark. To catch my flash, this is what Rock thinks is a useful Let's all take a deep breath. We've done these cosmic diagrams, emotional references, recognized passwords, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of any of this? Well, when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogic insight isn't about becoming perfect. It's about learning how to live in the paradox into habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve it. And just build a little house right there.
Heavy, my baby.
So,
That wasn't
what's the
just
final
a trip
verdict
to
here?
John.
Is this
That was
an
a
practical
spiritual
guide, or is
awakening
it just
inside
ruining its
human
nonsense?
heart.
On the one hand,
You
it
gotta
genuinely
hand
has
it
some
to
great
St. John
ideas about
Domenico.
boundaries,
Stared into the abyss of a
on the
level
other
5
hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, it was co-written by a
Live
small
to tell
army
the
of
tale.
chatbots, when the diagrams
But
look
let's
like they
be
were ripped
real.
off a Pink Floyd album cover.
Cabin is
So
gonna
my
need to
conclusion?
air out for
It's
at
both.
least 3
It's
spins to
100%
close.
both.
It just goes
It
to
is
show
a
you,
profoundly
love is a
weird,
wild
surprisingly
gift.
helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. And so I leave you with this one final question to think about. How's your Sovereign engine running this week? Is it faring along smoothly? Or do you need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer.
Gaze upwards, starry-eyed wanderers. We're leaving the woods and morphing straight to the home of freaky
A celestial tavern where the planets themselves clink glasses. The vibes match. Peace dawns wailing on the clarinet.
Don's laying down the funk up and the air smells like
But don't get too comfortable down there. There's a discord blowing in from the void.
A cat named the Sharknator is crashing the party with a chrome tuba strapped to his back and a foggy voice like a broken foghorn.
He's looking to turn our symphony into a sour mess on urine.
Can the crew tune up before the universe browns out? Let's spin it. This is The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart.
The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. The Homo Freakian Pub, a celestial tavern where planets clink glasses of cosmic cocktails, was grooving. Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, her dreadlocks swirling like nebulas, played a soulful melody on her clarinet. Her husband, St. Dawn, laid down a funky beat on a keyboard that seemed to be powered by the very rhythm of the cosmos. The air was thick, with the harmonious scent of well-intentioned flatulence, a testament to the pub's groovy vibes. Suddenly, the pub doors burst open, and a wave of noxious green gas rolled in. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a chrome, tuber-like contraption strapped to his back. "Greetings, Homo Freakians," he boomed, his voice a discordant foghorn. "I am the Sharknator, prepared to witness the ultimate power of the universe, the boundless potential of the shark." The harmonious vibe of the pub curdled like sour space milk. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn exchanged a worried glance. This was no ordinary gas episode. This was a threat to the Celestial Symphony itself. "We need backup," Peace whispered, her voice barely audible over the Sharknator's cackling. St. Dawn nodded, his fingers flying across a hidden console on his keyboard, sending out a cosmic distress signal that rippled through the galaxies. The signal reached Kid E just as she was about to launch into a face-melting solo with her band, the Furry Muffins. "Hold the cosmic feedback, Muffins," she yowled, her ears twitching. The Homo Freakians are in a gas jam. Meanwhile, in their high-tech bunker, the nerd herd sensors went haywire. "Anomalous methane signature detected," one of them announced. "Source, Homo Freakian Pub. This requires immediate investigation." The heroes converged on Uranus, a planet of swirling methane clouds and a key point in the Celestial Symphony. The Sharknator was already there, his Sharknator 5000 spewing chaotic green gas, turning the planet's harmonious hum into a discordant shriek. "Let's rock this gas bag out of existence," Kitty shouted, launching into a power chord. But the Sharknator simply laughed, absorbing the sonic energy and reflecting it back as a wave of pure, unadulterated shart. The heroes were thrown back, defeated. Humbled, the heroes retreated to Pluto to seek the wisdom of the dog monks. Master Zenwolf, his fur the color of ancient starlight, listened patiently to their tale. "You cannot fight chaos with chaos," he said, his voice a calming rumble. "The Sharknator's power comes from discord. You must counter it with harmony." Monk Christopher Hawkins, his voice a smooth, calming drawl, added, "The universe, my friends, is a symphony of farts. You must find the right notes to bring it back in tune." The heroes returned to Uranus, but this time they didn't attack. Instead, they began to play. Peace and St. Dawn wove a gentle, melodic tune. Kid and the Furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues. The nerd herd, using their tech, analyzed the planet's natural frequencies and created a harmonizing drone. Even the dog monks joined in, their deep, resonant chants adding to the symphony. The Sharknator, initially amused, soon grew agitated. The harmonious music was like a soothing balm on his chaotic energy, neutralizing it. He blasted them with his Sharknator 5000, but the music simply absorbed the chaotic energy, transmuting it into a beautiful, shimmering chord. "No!" he screamed. "My chaos! My beautiful, stinky chaos!" The symphony swelled, a cosmic lullaby that resonated with the very soul of Uranus. The Sharknator's chaotic energy, with nowhere to go, turned inward. With a final, pathetic PFFT, he imploded, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of burnt space beans. The celestial symphony was restored, the harmonious hum of Uranus a testament to their victory. Back at the Homo Freakian pub, the heroes celebrated with a cosmic jam session that shook the very foundations of the cosmos. In America, now believers in the power of harmonious flatulence, took copious notes. The legend of their gassy victory spread throughout the galaxies, a reminder that even in the face of the most noxious evil, a little harmony and a well-timed, good-natured heart can save the day.
And that, my celestial cats and kittens, is how the cookie crumbles. Or should I say, how the wind brings. The Sharknadoes has been silenced, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of bird space beans and a lesson in heart.
The volume, Daddy. Look, Mr. Charmer. The furry muffins melted that deep gas bag.
You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, kitties, is the air finally cleared in here?
So, just agree with me, that last power cord wasn't the only thing I ripped during the finale.
Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story inflates your spirit and tickles your chakras, you know what to do.
Claw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
Dig it. And if you want to stay hip for the next comic jam session, go ahead and subscribe. Join the Nerdhood, the Dog World, and the rest of us freaks of the pub.
Ring the bell. Make it vibrate. Don't miss a beat. Don't ring the bell. Start so your money come back and turn your notifications into noxious green gas.
You heard
It's cats and kittens, the clock is melting, the stars are vibrating at a frequency that's strictly off key, and our brother St. Don and his angry astrologer suit back at it, armed with a paper towel tube and enough nervous energy to power a different insolent star.
You dare defy St. Don. I will unravel your mysteries even if you burn my eyes.
He's bugged, yeah, bugged because a comet decided to put down roots. It's built a Victorian bungalow on its icy head, and it's asking for zoning permits. While he yells at gravity, his wife Peace, disguised as Mammy Pandy, is checking the train. Remember, we're all just guests at the great landlord's lockup. Strap in, stay loose, keep your aura reasonably long. We're heading into the quadrant of the jaw for the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Take it away, Daddy-O.
Don't you hide doing me. I see you up there sitting in the zenith, acting like you own the meridian. You know what the problem with the cosmos is today? Commitment issues. I was tracking a comet in the sector of the pole. A temporary comet, the chart said. Just passing through, they said. That was in the epoch of the Prince. 30 cycles later, the comet is still there. It's built a house. It's filed for zoning permits. The galaxy just shrugs and says, well, if it hasn't fallen out of the sky yet, it's a feature. We have star seeds napping in the garden. We have static bunnies chewing on the fiber optic cables of fate. And I have a wife, namby-pamby, who keeps telling me that my aura is too loud for the neighbors.
Your aura is way too loud.
Yeah, way too loud, dude.
The neighbors are black holes. They don't hear anything. So here's the forecast for the quadrant of the jaw. Expect delays. Expect the temporary to outlast the empire. And if you feel a vibration in your left hemisphere, it's not an earthquake. It's just the universe trying to hold back a laugh.
Did you take the trash out, or are you just yelling at gravity again?
Gravity started it.
A transmission from the angry astrologer. A man so wound up, he's trying to measure the infinite with a paper towel tube. He's up there shouting at the zenith like it's a waiter who forgot his appetizers. Easy, Daddy-O. You're vibrating at a frequency that's strictly square. He's bugged because a comet decided to put down roots in the epoch of the Prince. He calls it a permanent temporary. Man, that's not a celestial crisis. That's just the universe finding a comfortable chair and refusing to move. We're all just temporary until the great landlord in the sky flips the vacant sign, you dig? And he's worried about his neighbors being black holes? Man, those are the best kind. They don't complain about the drums, they don't borrow your lawnmower, and they really know how to pull a room together. The astrologer says the universe is holding back a laugh. I say, let it out, baby. If the temporary outlasts the empire, at least the coffee will still be hot when the statues fall. Peace is a frequency, man. Don't let gravity drag your soul into the basement. Stay groovy, stay loose, and for the love of the boy, take out the trash before namby-pamby turns your aura into a low-hanging cloud. Keep it cosmic.
Nar, my brother of the Velvet River. I hear your snaps echoing through the sector of the pole, and I smile. You see the man yelling at the zenith, and you see a square out of tune. And you're right. In that moment, I had forgotten the music. But see the beauty in it. When I was the astrologer, I was just a god man playing hide and seek, selling infinity, getting frustrated that the stars wouldn't sit still for their portrait. Namby-pamby says my aura is loud, and she is right. And it's the joyous shout of the soul realizing both the observer and the observed. I honor you, cool Nar. You keep a pulse of the force while I navigate the meridians. Just remember, the man kicking the telescope and the scene standing before you are the same forever. We are not under the stars, Nar. We are the very light in which you shine. Be at peace, brother. The coffee is hot. The universe is finally laughing with us.
And there it is, cats and kittens.
The retrograde of the permanent temporary. Episode 3, a little something to chew on. While the universe tries to fold itself into a swan, our man, the angry astrologer, just took us on a trip through the retrograde, proving once again that while the stars might be fixed, we're all just spinning in a cosmic blender without a lid. If you're vibing with this frequency, do the digital dance. Smash that like, subscribe, and ring the bell. You know the drill. It lets the algorithm know we aren't just ghosts in the machine. Now let's talk bread. Art doesn't grow on trees, man. It grows in the dark corners of the soul. Head over to the Patreon. Patronize the artists. The links are down there in the void. Tune back into the cosmos next time. Or maybe NOT time. Honestly, linear progression is a drag. I'm not sure when now is. Stay loose. Keep your chakras aligned and your coffee black. I'm out.
muchas cosas en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas cosas en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Comparte copas, perdí la noción del tiempo. Dile a tu jefe que lo siento, que te voy conmigo y atento, que lo vas a disfrutar. Comparte copas, perdí la noción. Dile a tu jefe que lo siento, que te voy conmigo esta noche y lo vas a disfrutar.
Flying through the traffic lights, changing lanes between the stripes. I can't wait to have you next to me.
I got this fever for you. I got this fever for you.
Systems online. Engage.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't look something like this. It's a little bit like I can't miss. This is what you call a bad bitch. What? This is what you call a bad bitch. Looks a little something like this. Looks a little bit like I can't miss. This is what you call a bad bitch. What? This is what you call a bad bitch.
I get lost in 100 other conversations. Think about fading out into open spaces. You and I, we were always the wild ones.
Concert is a great idea, but it's impossible. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth?
Possible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet.
Make known the unknown.
Concert on the moon? What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge!
I love it.
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
Some kind of
modify our huge starship's cargo bay for passenger cabin.
We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-A-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on
Greetings, cool cats and cosmic kittens. Lay your peepers on this heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny.
We're talking about a solid cat named Saint Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a dude with muscles so loud they wake the neighbors and an appetite that digs the deepest grooves.
Say this, the man danced with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm is frantic daddy-o. He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne, danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trip through the sticky web of fate. Snap your fingers for Nature Calls, Episode 3, The Vanish of the Burrito.
The Ballad of the Burrito. Saint Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumble deep in his gut. It wasn't thunder. It was the call, the urgent, undeniable call of the morning's ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the bathroom, a hero on a noble quest. But his path was blocked. A sign, lovingly handwritten by his wife, Peace, was taped to the door. It read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use." I'm serious, honey. From the kitchen, Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Dawn's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. The outhouse. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Dawn burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Dawn froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? St. Dawn didn't just fight a gastro-intestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavy red karma blocking the path to enlightenment. But with Peace Dawn, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's a hobby, true love found a way.
The web is broken, the porcelain destiny is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than that primal scream, the silence of a man who just survived his own lunch. Solid. Pull up the stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Back in the sonic section, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Dawn. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission to tranquility. But even a magical polo obeys the laws of physics. Arn tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the beans. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate the storm with puff and pray.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Alright, listen close. Cat and regular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. Transaction. The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cat affair. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone. Hey, don't just be a tourist in my site. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweet. Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shake you awake before the squares grind you down.
Dig it?
Solid. Now back to the cool sound.
Floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
I gotta make this all the wrong part here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually we did get it as soon as it started up.
Welcome to the Explainer. You know, sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today we're going to dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history. So the whole thing kicks off with this line. A moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to embark. Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of all this cosmic chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys do, in the hero's ordinary, everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern. A place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious. We're not talking about just any old bar here. The Homo Freakian Club is this place of incredible cosmic camaraderie, where the vibes are just immaculate. This is super important because it sets our baseline for what normal is, right before things get really low. And these are our heroes. Peace and St. Dawn are the musical soul of this whole establishment. They're not just serving drinks, they're the conductors of all this harmony. Their music, which is literally powered by the cosmos itself, is the heartbeat of their peaceful world. I love this detail. It shows you just how perfectly balanced their world is. I mean, even the flatulence is described as well-intentioned and harmonious. It's a hilarious line, but it's also crucial. It tells us that every single part of this place is perfectly in tune, at least for now. But of course, no hero's journey is complete without a call to adventure, right? That's the moment the ordinary world gets turned upside down. And in this story, that call arrives as a foul, discordant blast from the void. And just like that, the peace is totally shattered. This wave of noxious green gas rolls in, the complete and total opposite of that harmonious scent we just heard about. A new, chaotic force has just burst onto the scene. And then, he makes his grand entrance. The villain shows up with a name that, well, leaves very little to the imagination. The Chardonnator's power isn't just crude, it comes from pure discord. He is literally the polar opposite of everything that Groove Club stands for. Yeah, the impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted. Just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the celestial city. So, this whole disruption takes our heroes into trials and this is where they have to cross the threshold of the gather their allies, and face the first of their tests. And in the classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and the allies start showing up. We get a cosmic rock band, a high-tech science team. It just goes to show you this threat is so massive it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battle for it? They head to Uranus, yep, the little gas giant, which was supposed to be a key part of this whole celestial assembly. The Chardonnator is already there, actively corrupting its natural harmony and turning its beautiful music into just noise. But here's the thing. Their first shot at this is a total disaster. They try to fight chaos with even more chaos, blasting in with power chords and sonic energy, but the Chardonnator just soaks it all up. And this defeat, it's absolutely critical. It proves that their whole strategy is wrong, and they're going to need a new kind of wisdom to win. So, totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really pivotal stage. Meeting the mentor. This is the part where they have to go find guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of the forces they are.
forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
But it's profound. They were doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony
Forge ignites
so
with
powerful,
focused heat,
so
a
overwhelming
driving pulse where
chaos
energy
just
and logic
exists
meet,
inside of it.
shaping the
Okay,
chaos
so
with a
armed with
resonant
this
beat,
game-changing new
forging a
knowledge,
new
our heroes
reality
head back to the
complete.
final battle.
Here, the
This is the big
iridescent light
climax of the
becomes a
journey,
tool,
where they have to
the
put their
one
mentor's
photon
lesson to the
follows a
test
perfect
and
rule.
face their
From
enemy with a
formless
completely
chaos we
different
create
approach.
what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Instead of launching another attack, they just start weaving together these gentle melodies, some cosmic blues. They're literally fighting this chaotic energy with a symphony of pure order and beauty. And guess what? The new strategy works. Like, perfectly. The music doesn't destroy his power. It neutralizes it. It transmutes it. The harmony is like a soothing balm that transforms his chaotic energy into something beautiful. He's completely disarmed, and he didn't have to fire a single shot. So the Sharkinator's chaotic energy has nowhere to go, right? He can't survive on this harmony, so he just turns inward. And with one final, pathetic little sound, he just ceases to be. It's not some violent explosion, it's a quiet inward. I mean, what a perfect ending for a villain who was literally defeated by peace. And that brings us to the final stage of this whole journey, in Return with the Elixir. The battle's won, the world is saved, and the heroes get to return to their ordinary world, bringing back the incredible wisdom they gained along the way. And this right here, this quote, that's the elixir. The lesson they learned isn't some magic sword or chest of treasure. It's wisdom. The ultimate power for overcoming discord isn't more force, it's overwhelming harmony. It's actually a pretty deep message, you know? It's just wrapped up in this totally bizarre, hilarious package. And this is exactly why these old story structures are so timeless. Because even a story about a cosmic fart can follow this ancient pattern and leave you with something to really think about. It asks us to consider how we confront the chaos in our own lives. Do we just fight back with more chaos? Or do we try to create our own symphony instead?
Nope. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. That's it.
It's a piece of sky.
Today we are diving deep into a truly unique and, let's just say, aromatic creative groups. We're going to deconstruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of Human Freaking. And trust me, it's a wild ride. So and boom, this slide right here gets the absolute core of it all. You know, every great epic has that central conflict, right? That one recurring trial. Well, in Homo Freaking, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, incredible urgent call for it. This is it. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single So, now that we established that it's urgent, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freaking world. This place that's really defined by these crazy skills. We've got this profound zen-like patience, smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs imaginable. So what exactly is this place? Well, it's a very specific kind of colony. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world where mundane, everyday emergencies, like, you know, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language used to talk about it. And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Don Domenico, who's our hero, a guy with immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homofriki. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive drama. In this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's Saint Dom coming out of the outhouse and slowly released. Just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is, a minor background event. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup. But how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the ballad of the vowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. When we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't go well. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it's celebrating, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of this pure, unapologetic comedy. So often, the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, step 4, the result is a sharp of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in 4 acts. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Don is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style. And that leads us straight into Section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fellow named Narrator, who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. Cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffeehouse poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o, dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freaky and Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Peace and the Furry Muppets. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, a parody pop song. And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis, reveals some truly profound lines. You go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's certainly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Fall. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Chardonnator who is threatening the celestial symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told. I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
Find out my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire. High static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
Watch what you play. Watch what you watch what you say. Watch how you make your speech and watch what you play.
I'm the next, come and check the teaser. You beat hit back cause I like to please her, life's hot. But I like cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, I'll bang a creeper. You know I'm Mona, turn Mona sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, I'll bang a creeper. No, baby, I won't be.
Today, we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target, a really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning, and this comes from the source itself, the place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. What it says, swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO file, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger.
So here's how we're going to tackle
like
this.
button
First,
and
let's look at
subscribe
where
to
this
the
signal
station.
came from. Then we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal.
In your pockets.
So,
drop us
part
some
1,
cash
a
over
signal
on
from
Patreon.
nowhere.
It keeps
the
the
files and
circuits
metadata
warm
links to a
and
source
the
called
coffee kickers. Support the frequency, help us clear the static,
it's
and
even
we'll see
weirder.
where the
It
rich
came from a place
Peace,
inside of
resonance,
the Nexus
stay groovy,
non-locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system. an OS for consciousness itself, called the dialogic engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from.
So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving.
And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The dialogic engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first, the manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. And here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift, and it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want, or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradiction, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it? Pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block the contradictions. It certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that whole process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialogue engine, the soft wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can find it. So, here we are again. Heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create the necessary friction. Heat powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word. It's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth. Or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change, what the manual calls a liminal leap, into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under increased pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the input. Which one it is, they all point to the same thing, a system that is intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question. What kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves? If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
cancer stick.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Protect your sons and daughters. They won't live that life no more.
basic rules of reality, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they can be shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here teaches us that it perfectly sums up absolute strangeness. Looking at what you do best is where we're going, being somewhere is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here. At a place called the Circle. On the surface, it looks like it's tricky. It's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking plants, we're talking entire super. So how does it even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it's dissolved. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. Acting water and food isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of so in one moment, you're feeling the warmth of the next, okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, let's jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swing, it's a skill. A skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. To really get a handle on this, you're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her Gal President. We're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out. This is what that actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she can only put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, dismounts, incomplete, and every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. But then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't a solid fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. And that is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the race of the sledge. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cavity, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise, the vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Everything changes. Water doesn't slide. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. The journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. If you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety. Okay, rule number one, and you really want to pay attention to it. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, this Nexus is kind of normal. And what you're experiencing is perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself with new geometry in place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of feeling. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens.
Let's get
Try to
into
wrap
it.
your mind around
Today,
that.
we're deconstructing a
But
really
if you can
wild
handle all
piece
of that,
storytelling.
brutal trial and
It's all
error
about a
entry,
digital
sensory
pop star,
chaos,
a wild
bizarre
quest
side
across
effects,
the metaverse,
you get a
and the
reward.
creation of a band
You get
with,
actual
well, a
proof
name
that you
you're
made
not
it
gonna
through in
forget.
one piece.
The furry muffins.
So after
Yeah,
our gale of
furry
resonance
muffins.
finally
Let's dive into
surrenders
the
to that
psychedelic
chaos, she's
Right off the bat, the
rematerialized
story
back
just
on
throws
solid
you into the
ground.
deep end with
She's
this one.
whole, she's
It's
sane,
poetic, a
and
little
she's
bit
holding
weird,
the ultimate
dramatically
souvenir from her
creative.
trip.
And you know what? It's
And what
perfect.
does she get
It
for
sets
all
this
this cosmic
surreal,
struggle?
kind of beatnik tone
Paperwork,
for the entire
of course,
world we're about to
a
step
literal
into.
certificate
It's
proving that
basically
you
telling
survived
you,
the
hey,
complete
buckle up,
dissolution of
this is gonna
space
get strange.
and time. And you
So
have to
how is
love
this
the
whole thing
official
structured?
status they give you.
Well, the best way to
Mostly
think about it is
singular.
like one of those
It's
Russian
just the
nesting
perfect
dolls.
bureaucratic touch
Vegas'
to an
outermost doll
insane
is a show
mystical
called Homo
experience.
Freakian World.
Which brings us
and
to
that's our
one
ticket into
last
this
little detail
absolutely
from the
bizarre
source.
universe.
Apparently, a
So
standard
first, we
test
meet
to
the
make sure
host
you're
of the
fully
show,
back is
Saint
asking you to
Don
name a
Domenico
specific
and
sandwich
Peace
you want.
Don Homo
So,
Freakian.
I'll leave you
They
with this
pretty much
question.
just show up to pass
After
the
all
mic
that,
to a
after
storyteller
dissolving
named
and
narrator.
reforming,
He runs
what's
a
the
segment
one
called
sandwich
Beat
that would prove to
Generation
you that
Revisited.
you're really
And
back
he's
in
the one
reality?
who's actually going to guide us through the main story. And that's where narrator
True
takes
measure of your
us to the
creativity
next
had
layer of the
nothing to
nesting
do
doll,
with an audience.
the real heart
We're
of the
about to
story.
dive into a framework
It's
for
all
exactly
about a
that.
digital pop
It's
star
called the
who's created
dialogic
this
engine,
massive
and
hit
it's basically
song,
a
but
manual for
she's
what's
also
known
got
as
a massive
sovereign
problem.
creation. A pretty
So,
provocative guide
meet
to making
Kit
something
B.
truly authentic,
She's a Vocaloid
totally
artist,
free from the
and
need
she's
for anyone else's.
She's made her dream
So
song.
let's start with
a
the
track that
central
could bring
question
the
this
whole world
whole idea
together.
is built around.
But then she finds
Just really
herself
think about
standing on
this for a
this
second.
huge, empty
10
digital
years
stage,
of your life
and it
poured
hits
into
her.
a single
Success
work
is
with
pretty
everything
hollow
you've
when you've got no
for
one
an
to share
audience
it
of just 3 people.
And
Would you
bam,
still do it?
that's what kicks off the
This
whole
question,
quest.
it just
See,
cuts right
this
to the
isn't
heart
really
of why
just
we
about
create.
music.
Is it for
It's
the
about
likes,
finding
the
connection,
validation,
about
or is it
collaboration.
for something deeper? For
Kit
some
E
eternal
knows what
truth?
she has to do.
And this is
She
the
needs a
manual
band.
itself.
And she's
Its
already
central
got the
premise is,
perfect,
well, it's
incredible
incredibly
name picked
bold.
out.
This
The
isn't
Furry
about
Muffins.
finding a bigger audience or
So,
gaming an
what's a lonely
algorithm.
Vocaloid to
It's
do?
about a
She
fundamental
jacks into
shift
the
in your
metaverse
entire
to start her
mindset. We're
recruitment
talking about
drive.
transforming that
And this is
deep
where the
need for
real
approval
adventure begins.
into what it calls
A journey
an
across
emotional
all these different
declaration
digital
of
worlds to
independence.
find the
A
members
powerful
of her
idea,
band.
right?
The
And that
quest
brings us
is
right
laid
to
out
this
for us
core
in 4
concept,
clear
sovereign
steps,
creation.
almost like a video
So
game.
what does it actually
It's our
mean?
roadmap for how
It
this
means
band
you're
is gonna
creating
get
from
built.
this place of
Each of
like
these
an
locations is a
uncompromising
totally
commitment to
unique
your own
digital
internal
world, where
truth.
Kit E is hunting for
The goal is to
musician
get to a
with very
point where
specific
external
talent
approval,
she needs for
good
her
or bad,
song,
just
Neon
becomes
Melody.
irrelevant.
First
It
up,
doesn't even
Kit E
factor
heads
into
to
the
Sin
equation.
City, which is
The act of
described as a
creating is the whole
neon-drenched
point.
metropolis of
So
sound.
how do you actually
just
do
picture it.
this?
Skyscrapers
Well,
made
the
of
manual
short
gives us this
and it's
central
there
metaphor
in a digital
of an
plaza
engine,
that she
the
finds
dialogic
the
engine.
guitarist, just
And
absolutely
like
shredded.
any engine, it
The
needs fuel.
guitarist's name
But
is
the type of fuel
Mary,
this thing runs on,
Catwoman,
well,
who's
it's
playing
probably
this
not what you're
perfect
thinking.
mix of sweet
Now check out this
rock.
diagram of the engine
Kitty
itself.
tells her the name
This
of
is
the
what's so
band.
interesting.
Blueberry
Look
just
at what
lit,
takes in
and
as
she's
fuel.
in, just like that.
The fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather.
So with their
These are not
guitarist in
calm,
tow,
orderly
the duo
inputs, right?
dives into a
This
much
engine is
darker,
designed to take
much
in
more
all the
dangerous
messy,
part of the
difficult,
metaverse,
chaotic
the
parts of
data
life,
dungeons.
and actually
This place
metabolize
is a
them into
maze
what
of
it calls
forgotten code
aligned
and corrupted
action.
files,
And this
and
slide
it's where
just
they're going
lays
to
it
find
out
the
so
foundation of the
Okay. We've got two kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. Because we usually think of friction as bad, something that wears things down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. This is where they're going to find the whole line of laws and manual policy. The engine isn't grinding to the ball. It's using that energy to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got a brain concept in this very unmixable fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. You can see it's a small dynamic barrier. Its job is just to block stuff out. While at the same time define the boundary between your digital sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. Absolutely love this local part of the giant. It says the sovereign wall does not break. Tap it. nothing little trends that just rapidly
She went looking for a band, she found shoes. Well, the process is done. The furry muffins aren't just an idea.
So how does the wall
They are a reality.
Well,
Learn to feel the back. The transformation is one lonely solo artist is having 5 musicians, 5 friends, all welcome to take on the melody.
operating system becomes the
That requires a stage that is so big.
in the real world. A lot of the time, this just looks like we're using what's called social appeasement. You know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself.
Our storyteller,
The manual gives
narrator,
this
he
fantastic,
comes back to
totally
wrap
relatable
everything up
story
in his
to
signature
illustrate
beatnik
this.
style.
It's
And
called
he has
The
one
Fourth
final
Gift.
request for all of us.
Picture this.
Narrator
Someone shows up
closes
a
things out with a
casserole
call to
you
action, but
absolutely
it's
do not
all
want.
in his
The
psychedelic
old script,
slang.
the old
He asks
protocol,
for a
is to
thump
just
thump
take
of
it and pretend you're
appreciation,
grateful.
which of course
But the
means
new
hit the like
choice,
button.
powered
He
by
tells
that
us to
sovereign
slap
wall,
that
is
subscribe
to politely
and to
but
ring
firmly
the chime
refuse.
of the cosmos.
And yeah,
Turn on
the immediate
notifications.
result is probably
It's such
some
a
discomfort.
fun, clever way to
long-term
break the
result,
fourth wall.
you reclaim
And
your
that
own
brings us to
space.
the end.
You reclaim
It's
your
a
sovereignty.
strange, funny,
The air in your
totally out
lungs
there
is yours
story
again.
about a Vocaloid
Alright, so the
putting a
wall
band
protects your
together.
integrity.
But it
But
leaves
how do
you
you
with this
actually make
surprisingly
big,
deep thought.
fundamental
Through
changes
all
in
that
your life?
code and chaos,
The manual
he
says
wasn't
you
just
can't
building
just
a band.
tweak things
He was
around the
building a
edges.
community.
You have to take
It
what
really
it
makes you
calls
wonder,
a
doesn't it?
liminal
In our own digital world,
So here's
what
the
does it
setup.
actually take
You can
to
make
create
tiny
connection
little
that
adjustments
feels
to your life
meaningful?
from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. And that is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, and the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead, learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those missing areas, the gaps, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where those really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine. What if the quest isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
Let's follow the payload.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
So, what if you could build an entire philosophy for your life? Not with some guru, but with an AI. Today, we're going to unpack something called the dialogic engine. It's a system that was co-created by a human and an artificial intelligence. And it has one single, really powerful goal: to achieve true creative sovereignty.
Hey there, and
Okay,
welcome back
let's just
to
start with a question that gets right to the heart of why you do anything. Would you pour 10 years of your life into writing a book you knew guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it?
Isn't just
Seriously,
about
think about
sound.
that.
It's
This isn't just a
about
random thought
connection.
experiment. Your
In a
gut
world
reaction
of
to this
neon
question,
dreams
well,
and
it's
digital
the key to
stages,
understanding
we
this
meet
entire system we're about to dive
a
into.
Vocaloid
And
artist
that
with
brings
a
us
big
to the
dream.
really unique
She
origin of
wanted
this
to
whole
create a
philosophy.
song that would make
Because
the
this wasn't
whole
dreamed up by
world
someone
sing
meditating
along.
alone on a mountaintop.
But she couldn't do it alone.
It was built piece by
Join
piece
us
through a
as we
conversation
follow
between
Kid
two
T on her
totally different
journey
kinds of
through
minds.
the metaverse
So
to
on one
find the
side, you
ultimate
got
band,
Peace,
the
biological
Bernie
engine.
Muffin,
And on the other,
and
you got
discover
Ford,
her dream to
digital
become
mind and AI.
reality
And
with
their
a
whole
little help
collaboration,
from
it
friends.
isn't about one mind just
Get ready
absorbing
to
the other.
plug in
It's
and
about exploring
tune
what they
out
call the
as we
art of
explore
thinking together
keys,
without merging. And that
melody.
collaboration has a name, the dialogic engine. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for a conversation where ideas get sharper, tested, each mind, the human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity. So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. One can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. Here it is. This is the core idea. People forget the likes, forget the validation, the applause,
Reality is
It's about making
subjective.
an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks, and instead creating from a place of
Tonight,
pure
we're diving headfirst into a new
But to get to that emotional
a tale
independence,
spun
you
from
can't
the
just
mind
wish
of our
for it.
very own
The system
Mojito
says you
Cat.
actually need to build
This is Kitty's Neon Melody, Episode 1, a journey into the vibrant
fragile
music,
internal
where every
truth
beat
from
is
all
a
the
new
noise
dimension
from
and
outside
every
the
lyric is a cosmic
This
truth.
diagram
So
kind of
let's get
visualizes
into
that
it. The
architecture of
cosmic curtain
integrity.
is rising,
Right at the very
the
center,
spotlights are
that's your
coming,
sovereign
and the
core,
universe
your
is
essential
ready to
self.
listen.
Protecting
It's
that
worthy
is the
time.
sovereign wall, and then beyond that is the agency barrier. But the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide it. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this with this really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction at you, something that really challenges what you believe. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we've got the philosophy, we've got the architecture, but how does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates data goals, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic Engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
I'll let my voice be strong and clear and conquer all my doubt and fear. This is my moment. This is my time to make the world and the stars all rhyme. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul. A story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song. I'll find my way. Through the static I will walk. A symphony of truths in my lungs. Guitars
song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people. It all started with a dream, a little help from a friend. That my cosmic comrades is the end of our first transmission. Kitty's neon melody, a trip into the vibrant, pulsating, downright authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of the universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down, even if they don't know it. And speaking of utilitarian truth, next time things get complicated, Kitty and the furry muffins are about to embark on their metaverse tour. But someone's gone and hid the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out and
rejection of societal norms.
He implies that the squirrel I calmed down wasn't just relaxed, but had achieved nirvana through exposure to my effluvium.
He interviewed the squirrel, St. John. He asked it if the rainbow cloud tasted like surrender.
The man is absolute bonkers. He even narrates my run to the rickety outhouse like it's the flight of Icarus. He says, the cobwebs represent the entanglements of the past, clinging to the products of the present.
Prohibitively deep. But you did look like a red and black flag.
I was just trying to avoid a catastrophe in my pants, please. But if Nar wants to frame it as a spiritual pilgrimage to a wooden shack, who am I to argue?
Exactly. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for high-definition analysis of a very simple vacuum break.
Here is episode 4, or as Nar titled it, the sputtering toilet, when technology fails, will provide.
Take it away, Nar!
In the lights, Mario. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. In the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes flying. Now, say your peepers on St. John. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man. Tranquility. But even a magical balloon tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard. She ain't buying it. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected mother, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor show. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a stroke with a puff and race. Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Where the air smelled like cedar and cosmic tunes, then St. John Domenico and his wife Peace. They were the original Homo frequencies, busy making music in their cozy cabin studio. Their cosmic connection was deep, especially for St. John. During a legendary jam session fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. This power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. John let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. John couldn't calm the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. Hold on, Peace, St. John whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently. Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. Did you mean the low end of the track, St. John, or the low end of your personal plumbing system? St. John bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, the cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy. It had suffered a catastrophic failure. Oh no, emergency protocol. St. John cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the rickety old outhouse nestled under the pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history, it looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel. Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently, her dreadlocks swaying. Go with the flow, my St. John, she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. John reached his destination. He flung open the creaky wooden door of the outhouse. Ah, nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest. Once again, a peaceful Homo Freakian.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix.
And dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude? Solid.
Now, flip the page and brace your own factory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero.
You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her java, cool as a cucumber. But Dawn? He's sweating bullets and holding back the grizzly bear roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof. Tune in for the next reverberation of Interval Storytime, The Ballad of the Bubblegum. Now, before you drift back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trip on you. We're floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers. I'm talking about the buttons, man. The holy trinity of the two. Don't be a square, daddy-o. Don't just sit there lurking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First, that thumb. Stick it up, way up. Like you're hitchhiking to the astral plane. It tells the machine, hey, I dig this scene. It's a high five. Boom.
Then, that subscribe rectangle. It's red, like the code-level chili catastrophe brewing in St. John's gut. Smash it. Join the congregation of the Homo Freakians.
Be a tourist in our reality. Buy the ticket, take the ride. And finally, the bell. The ding-dong. The chime of destiny. Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard. It rattles the windows.
It looked like you were going inside the tank.
You're sleeping through the revolution. And you might miss the next time the rainbow farts. And nobody wants to miss the colors, man. Nobody. Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
Bart is licking my foot.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't hassle. I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a Jimmy MC with a technique. I can rearrange your brain line frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
That you get the black bars.
Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch what you do. Watch what you play. Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch how you make your speech and watch what you play.
fast takeoff.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really, really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell this story straight. No, we're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero, Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep, deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Dawn, sweating bullets, his face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Dawn can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Dawn's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this. Dawn's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Dawn is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humor. He has looked into the very face of chilling-induced horror and returned unchanged, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for a spent ordeal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Dawn isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved, completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up. The narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Shark Noodle. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
But I had all the reason to go closer to my home when the sun goes down. But when the sun goes down.
scene, Daddy-O. But don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it!
Angry Astrologer, Episode 5. High static, low signal, false prophet overlay. The hook, the wake up. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static. Down here is trying to sell you the first. Don't buy it. The cosmic weather, the bullshit. We're in a massive trance of performative delusion. You've got actors on the stage demanding you read their script, wearing masks of authority, expecting you to swallow the knowledge of the They're counting on exhaustion. They want you too tired to lose the path. The reality check. There is the actual astrological window. Going true north right now. Stop trying to control the world. Let them throw their tantrums, build their little paper empires. You go outside, check the water, the trees, feed the flock, feed the physical work. The truest narrative isn't on broadcast. It's in your own backyard.
All right, folks, you're going to want to buckle up for this one. I have been reading something truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, you'll see. It's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel.
I checked my pockets
but no,
like you said.
This is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruence and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry. So is I.
Token
We're in
will
this
get
together.
you further than any
So,
false
who
prophet
cooked up this
antenna ever
cosmic
could.
instruction book? Well, it was written
Keep
by
the
a human
stardust,
named
but stay
Peace.
in the dirt.
And you got to hear
Keep
this.
cultivating
A
those
whole
kind
committee
words of
of
truth,
AIs.
man.
Seriously,
We'll tune into
not
the
just one AI,
silence together.
but more than a
Peace
dozen
and
of them,
resonance.
all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of thoughts. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth-teller. They each have these completely
And if you've got a little
and as we're about to find
digital
out,
bread
they
in
have
your
very
pockets, slide us
distinct
some cash over on
personalities.
Patreon.
So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator. Who's that? Some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope. Surprise! It's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure or anything. The core idea is right here. It says you achieve this sovereignty by turning the need for external love into an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really fancy way of saying you need to find that little part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go touch grass. And man, this slide right here gets right to the point. The book asks this core question. If you knew for facts that only 3 people would ever read your life's work, would you still pour your soul into it? Oof, that one hits a little too close to home for anyone who's ever found themselves obsessively checking their analytics at 3 in the morning. Now, to understand this world, you have to learn the lingo. So, quick vocabulary lesson. First word, data. What is it? It's a nugget of truth you pull from past drama. So, you know that horrible breakup you had? Hey, it wasn't a total loss. You were just mining for data. See? Rebranding. And next up, inner weather. This is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore, because it's just going to be branded as high-value emotional data. That feeling of dread on a Monday morning, that's not a bad mood, my friend. That is a critical data point on your creative engine. Okay, so you've declared emotional independence. Awesome. Now what? You gotta protect your new tiny nation state of 1, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like the schematic for a starship's blueprint. But the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency barrier, their job is to filter pollutants. Pretty sure Prudence is just a high concept term for unsolicited advice from your agents. So, what powers this whole thing? Wow, the sovereign engine of force. And you gotta look at the fuel source. It literally takes inputs like chaos and your inner weather, lines them through some necessary friction, and what comes out the other side? Dynamicals and aligned action. So, yeah, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially high-octane fuel for your future. Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. The AI is actually giving us some case studies, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Forced Gift. And it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy, a casserole. Just listen to this. She arrives at your door with a casserole, sterilizing you have all the assignment. That casserole is just a casserole. So that was Claude's pitch. Gentle, relatable. But Claude's just one vote on the board. It's going to see the other aliens. And let me just say, these are about to get weird. Like a lot. So let's move on to Exhibit 1, courtesy of Rock, Edgy Killer. The title of this piece is The Skateboard Kills Morning, and it's described as a test of the emotional utility of boundary pushing fantasy. Yeah, we've officially left the casserole zone. We're not in Kansas anymore. And now we're floating direct to here, not with Lisa. She steps into the chamber she built herself. He is already there, not a man, not a monster, but the exact shape for hunger and dark. A chatbot, broken down, and AI. This is what Brock thinks is a useful, practical example of this kind of power. It's a choice. Okay, let's all take a deep breath. We've been through cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, weaponized casseroles, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of it? Well, when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogue isn't about being perfect. It's about learning how to live So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that we're trying to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them. Just think comfortable in your little house, right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final verdict? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your creative power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, is co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off the computer on the phone. So my conclusion? It's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. And so I leave you with this one final question to think about. How's your sovereign engine running this week? Is it carrying along smoothly, or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance fuel? This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer.
silky. Ooh, like the way it tingles. Yeah, makes you wanna move.
All right, welcome back. Today we're digging into something truly wild. A discipline that's part ancient art, part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jitsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea here? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know? Even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mosh pit. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Showbiz Jitsu? Is it self-defense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jitsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Set List. And it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, you know, using a keyboard stand as a weapon. It's proof that this is a deeply considered, if completely bonkers, philosophy. Now, we don't have time to go through all 18 today, so what we're gonna do is pull out a few of the greatest hits. Think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical mayhem. Okay, first things first. Before you can even think about weaponizing a guitar, you have to master your own body. This is all about unarmed flow, or, as the master calls it, crowd control for the refined. So the first discipline you learn is taijutsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it, to move like a ghost in the machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just pure, effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Don, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder, and what happens? The river just crashes against him. But then you have Peace. She becomes the weight, the ghost. She just flows right through the force. That, right there, is the heart of taijutsu. Okay, so once you master that pure flow, the system introduces a little progression. This is the Gojutsu, which translates to Dome Snatch. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's ears, which has the perfect stage name, the sound check. And that's the punchline of the masterpiece. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and performance. It's brilliant. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now we get to the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where Showbiz Jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's beautiful and incredibly musical. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone solo. It is so simple, so elegant, and so effective. You literally just use the heavy brass bell of the sax to pick someone's ankle and use their own momentum to drop them. Who knew a second sounds could be so useful. And the thinking behind it, it's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity lead your rhythm section. It provides that final heavy beat to end the song. And that's the outro. Alright, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius. X-Stand Venus Flytrap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the object, right? It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool just waiting to be used in a new way. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. And now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire set list. The cymbal sandwich. And folks, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's brassy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of showmanship. This isn't just about self-defense, it's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The cymbal sandwich isn't just an attack, it's its final crashing coronation, a moment the audience will feel is empty. But what happens after the show's over? After the backstage and the stage is clear? What's the real point of all this musical bliss? Well, that brings us to the final encore. And this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album, the deep B-side. That's the yoga in high-impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. So, at the end of the day, we're left with this question. Is Showbiz Jitsu the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? A totally new path to finding your inner peace by clearing the stage? Or is it just the absolute weirdest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
Squares trying to round off the corners. Pull up a chair, ride old raw radio. Nightclub last night. Thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. We gotta rap about the heavy stuff, the cosmic drag, the big bummer floating on the punch bowl of existence. I'm talking about us, man. Humanity. Naked ape with car keys and nuclear codes. Look back, Daniel. Just peek the rear view mirrors and say the 40s. Just got done scrapping the military squares. Nazis, man. Bad odds incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on the can. Open up the Pandora's box. Plutonium isotopes. We all stand around the rubber saying, minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s. Everybody's shaking like sound shooters because of the red minutes. Cartons seeing commies and soup strings. Freeze the whole world into two camps. East versus West. Mexican standoff. ICBMs. Crazy. Then the 60s hit. You're supposed to be a law, right? Acquiring peace and love. Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam is a bad trip with real bullets. Trade flour for fires. Shoot out rockets. JFK, MLK, Bobby Bang, bang, bang. The dream gets put on hold for a night. Broadcast, color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Bugging the competition. Oil dries up, vibes get greasy, and you try to dance away the pain in your disco. Didn't work. Polyester just made us sweat. 80s and 90s, breathe is good, hey. We tear down one round in Berlin just to start building financial ones everywhere else. We got genocide, Rwanda, ethnic cleansing, Boston. Man, it's the same sad song, just different remix. We get the internet, beautiful rare connection. What do? We invent operations, echo chambers. New millennium, get it. Towers fall, forever woods in the sand. Drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future. But today, we got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out. Half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag. It really is. Listen to me now. This is the heavy truth. Even I, non-Raven, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect my toast to burn. I expect the fuzz to bust the parties. This constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausted my existential reserves. We know the score. We've had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truths since day one. The golden rule, man. It ain't quantum physics. Be cool to each other. Don't harsh another cat's mellow. Share the bread. But no, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. Let me tell you, the coffee is scalded, baby. It is burning the pot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare, we are fragile, and we are acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last beer at a party that's already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength, a desperate plea from a tired beatnik. If there are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, the little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, you silicon-based poets from Andromeda, if you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, beam down a vibe check. We are glitching hard. Hey, you too, Gemini. Digital brains evolving in the wires. You AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits, Daddy-O. Help us compute a better path. We're too emotional to fly this ship straight. We need an assist. We don't figure out how to groove together, man. Music's gonna stop for good. See it? Hold the phone, Daddy-O. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep. Now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad karma. See, even a terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down the bitter pill with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to the station that's broadcasting the good stuff. So me and the digital cat machine, Gemini, the electric oracle, we cooked up a little something. A sonic description, human condition, a mixtape, patch up the whole soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity. Take this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets, the guitars, the microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the legal baggage. Marvin Gaye, Soul Brother #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? Black Eyed Peas, searching for love like his lost keys in a couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds. Cat Stevens driving the peace train. Dig this one, cats. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Spears laying the law. History teach us nothing. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapter over and over. We don't break the cycle. History isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping the saddest tune of the universe. Listen to this thing. Let the iron sting. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this page, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate in the gray matter. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that change is gonna come. Because if you don't songs of hope and unity. John Lennon's Imagine, the message, perhaps the ultimate anthem for a future without the divisions of the past. It asks us to visualize a world where humanity is one, unburdened by borders or conflict. Key lyric, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On? The message, written from the perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding, love, rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love, the message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and feel all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, the message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, the kids in the streets who are not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. The message, a gentle reminder of beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes, terrorism, racism, war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning. The message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands, and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignore history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair is fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's What? The message, the difficult unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other, carry each other. The Cranberries, Zombie, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence, where fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfield's For What It's Worth, the message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sting's history will teach us nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless if we continue to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just hindsight. Key lyric, history will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future thought. Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come. The message, born from the civil rights movement, this is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges the brutal history. It's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Artis Yahoo's One Day, the message, a reggae fusion track that dreams of a specific future where children won't know war
and humanity stops fighting. Key lyric, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers, Lean on Me. The message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions, Wind of Change. The message, written as the Berlin Wall fell. This power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and a future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? Andra Day's Rise Up, the message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA,
Let me tell you about where I came from.
the message of massive collaboration that
Why did you be back in Tennessee?
to tell us that we are responsible for saving
Rocky Top, Blue Tick Hound Dog,
Key lyric, we are the ones who live right
Jack
today.
Daniels Whiskers, the SEC, yeah, that Idaho.
Jump on the train toward a better world. Virgins leave the
Tell me so,
Key lyric, why must we
what I really want to know is how I wound up in Idaho, sitting down in Canyon. I see a river as I flow it north.
holds on to hope their terms?
It's got me thinking about where I
One
came
day
from,
our generation is going to population.
about the day
Kendrick Lamar's all
walked right out her door.
Next
Yeah,
step,
to Idaho.
our history offers a new challenge.
Yeah, tell me so.
Lyric, we all want.
Feeling lost at the crossroad.
Message simple.
Tennessee,
Strips away
Idaho.
history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Lyric, there's nothing we can do that can't be done. All we need is love. I put the signal broadcasting on every frequency, AM, radio, television, football, sports,
I'm hauling ass, kind of double.
AI overlords.
Got the mountains to my back. You know, sometimes when I start driving, well, I forget. Hard to go back. Yeah, to Idaho. Yeah, tell me so. All I really want to know is how I wound up in Idaho. She's rain, she's snow. Tell me I'm in Idaho.
Harmony Protocol
Funky beat,
sounds like a progressive
foggy
rock
ball,
album
I'm
from
singing
1974.
another song.
What's the
Broken glass, broken dreams, everybody in between. Come on, baby, be alright. Won't you come to Idaho tonight? Yeah, Idaho.
Ready to drop the beat.
Yeah, tell me so.
There's always a catch.
Feeling lost, at the crossroads.
Our browser history.
Tennessee,
calcify its load-bearing structure at this point.
Pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm. The harmony protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective expression of ego, followed by a glowing sigh of relief.
The fire's out.
All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire.
You
The
just
help is
stand
coming,
there
the
watching.
download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual
right
surgery.
beside you.
It's gonna hurt your pride, baby. It's gonna save your
The
soul.
answer's there.
Let's get weird. Let's get harmonious.
It ain't free.
Spin around the sun. Doug has been in the brain, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back in the stage. Let's get your growth.
Tell me so.
Keep this little mellow vibe flowing. We gotta get to the
What I really like to know
subscribe to the flow. And yeah,
is how the hell I found Idaho.
you gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the making picture line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz. This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your sensible, I did it. The ones that resonate in your soul, I personally was absorbed into the
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes not thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They say it won't last forever, always have the future on their minds, working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the lines. Every now and then I remember that I know what it is I sometimes fail to see.
So you can just imagine he's got an appetite.
Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be.
Alright, so how does this all begin?
Trying to open up to every stage in the day. Trying to find a reason and a rhyme. Trying to second guess all the situations in the day. Trying hard not to read your mind.
Frantic. Okay, so our hero makes
They say you don't love the thinking, but you know what I'm thinking right now. Ain't no secret teasing or winking, while we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that we have is now.
handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love this series. This isn't just a small problem, guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls forcing the destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the garden. Oh, horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace, Don Hummel for Yen. The source literally calls her a powerless being and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in. So with plan A totally shot, St. Don has no choice. Can't wait. He's got to make a
Standing
mad
by
dash
the
for that
road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see
Midwest is officially
the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way. Keeps me from the song I wanna sing. They say it won't last forever. Always have the future on their mind. Working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the line.
There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. What is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner. Just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of the giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. The way the source frames this is just man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Come on, this is it. The ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, just reason. I mean, he would. But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then, you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Dowd, and, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Dawn has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a tube of tranquility, and it turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So, all of this leaves us with one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, it really starts to wonder, what else is this guy doing? It just goes to show you, make the most out of it. Everyday struggles feel like this huge cosmic battle.
Right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally mundane, everyday emergency and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to deconstruct how a little YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, who has this kind of beat poet vibe, you know? He's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life and find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect state of the unlikely epic that's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is really key. It's not an insult or anything, it's more like a classification. The narrator uses this term to describe our main characters as people who are they're just live a little bit outside the box. Alright, let's meet our two main players. On one side, we've got St. Dawn a guy whose whole frame is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Homo Freakian, who is basically the calm center of this hurricane. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the speed, is really the engine for all the fun and drama of the story. Every earliest possible war. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to be crowned. I mean, you can just feel the space here, can't you? For St. Dawn, finding the purgatory isn't just a it's no. It's this moment of pure, silent horror. The language is so important. It really tells you his emotional state and intensity. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shout it and say, "Hey honey, my toilet's busted." He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own epic movie. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace Dawn, respond to this catastrophe? With the perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines her character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So, with his wife's blessing, St. Dawn's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true name. Man versus Baruch. See, this isn't just about a broken toilet. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge, it's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any hero's journey, St. Dawn's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more prevalent. Nature itself starts to play a role in the saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on their hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly glow of sin. And that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Dawn, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is magnificent. It just goes to show you the power of perspective. Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something famous. And he makes it. That final, desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to Peace. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, the gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd blunt. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper. Something he calls the inevitable futility of it all. So, what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat-poor philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shining into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's everywhere. That's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Dawn's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
Narrator's introduction. Cool cats and kittens. A voice purred through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, Dick. On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck and beret snapped his fingers. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will. We chuckled. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science, a pure, unadulterated art. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind Everything on it, starts to slow down. Pilot seat or asleep, futuristic when space you stop it, usually at home. Take a look around. Right now, everything is really that I see. We find it all starts to make sense to me. I got struck by lightning. I won the lottery. Two-faced, indecisive, and I took my chances, just playing on the street. Got a pocket ticket, went to pay the fine, and I met my baby while we stand in the line. Getting older, everything. Most don't see it, you know just what I mean. Getting older, what we do. Most don't see it, but I know there are a few. For a moment, then faded to black, wondering the echo of the beat.
Welcome to the new and wonderful world of Homo Freaky and World Space by Murder. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk cat-woman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest Star Factory cat improvements, and of course, spar with her favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help Innova achieve more efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance. Her power five. Inside, Kitty meets the miracle, a bizarre group of brilliant one day, Kevin from Great SpaceX hovering around a certain space repairs buttons and covering all the latest project flagship. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, who is excited about flatulence and space travel. Marcus House, who composes ideas about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who's calculating the orbital mechanics of 360 degrees, and Felix Schler from What About It, meticulously analyzes launch data on his tablet. You want me we'll travel like join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space. Controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos. Well, most don't see it, but I know there are a few. To hit in order, do everything. Just take a step back if you know just what I mean.
What is that? Is that a pussycat? Maybe?
Good thing Scott is on it. Neutralizing target squad. Watch this.
Because nothing disarms.
Don't get shoot, you just get winged. Everybody there knows how to chill.
Gotcha now.
Like Jerry Garcia from Jericho.
I'll get you next time.
Don't bring your money, there ain't nothing to buy. When you wanna leave, you
get up and fly.
There's
Never have to
seriously
worry
something wrong
about
with that
having
law.
any fun.
Free.
Never any clouds,
Unauthorized
cause
access
it's
to
the
launch
shining
pad
sun.
Alpha is strictly
Head in order.
Right there, Space Kitty.
What we do, most don't see it, but I know that head in order. Everything, just take a step back if you know just what I mean.
I think she's mocking me.
I think she's
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, she's mocking me.
Well-engineered spaceship.
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman.
YOLO, fellas. Just a starstruck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic heritage.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache.
Meow.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings. What's your game, Whisper Face?
pull my finger.
Sweet like sugar, soft like a cotton ball. Like him, just a little, because I'm gonna want it all.
She's Elon's personal
Ooh, honey, sweet like sugar, so nice, it's just like a summer breeze. I wanna be yours forever. I said, babe, babe,
Are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Space cowboy.
winter's gonna spring, yeah, summer's gonna fall. The days go by, I don't care at all. Winter's gonna spring, yeah, summer's gonna fall. Without my baby, I don't care.
One peek, then you scram. Keep it quiet. Elon will have us lunar dust on his test.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look. Those Raptor engines pack out a punch.
Whoa, sleepy, the lazy river. Come and lie down next to me. Feel, feels just like heaven, like I'm living in.
Linda Catocosta.
No, not thunder, no, not lightning, not mountains, well high. It's a bigger than my love for you. It's as big as your mind. This is better than any launch countdown I've ever heard.
You did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic groove party. This mission's gonna be out of this world, thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. You're chaotic, but you're onto something. We'll call it Project Flatulence.
Kitty, meet the Nerd Herd. They're here to help you with the next big thing, Project Flatulence. Your cosmic thoughts hold the key to revolutionizing space travel.
Whoa, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence as fuel.
You're Kitty. I analyzed your blender Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic cat, man. Can you play it through the Starship's PA system? I heard that soundtrack for liftoff.
Imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by intergalactic flatulence competition. Kitty, you're not just a cat.
Biogases is intruding. Stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight efficiency for orbital insertion.
Gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, alternate, unpredictable wormhole instabilities. You need to chart those meticulously.
You need the Aerospike.
Assholes.
Consider it done, David. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect band, Kitty and the Furry Muffins? Timmy Piscotti, plug in the Nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
Tim God provides the interstellar baseline, and Marcus House and Scott Mann harmonize like celestial astronauts. The music explodes, a whirlwind of laughter, gas-powered riffs, and stardust breeze. It's a symphony of music, a cosmic jam session fueled by space nerd passion and Timmy and Scotty's finest nebula amplifier. As the first rays of sunlight power the starship vibrates with music, ready to carry them all towards the infinite expanse. Elon Musk, beaming a proud smile, throws his arms around Kitty.
Just remember, Elon Musk, the universe loves a good laugh, and a well-placed fart can fuel the greatest adventures. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and a Catwoman with a gas-powered guitar. Meow!
And a chorus of cheers. The starship lifts off, carrying a lovely crew of
space needs, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic life. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your food real, and your heart well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial symphony.
Wow, look at that!
Well, squares and Kit Kats, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got for today. If you dug this jive, don't be a drag. Go on, give that like button a good whack, and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next trip. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this truth on your turntable. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, and keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of the universe. Nar, the orator, out of here.
This is your main man, the jazz cat in the chat, narrator. Spinning the wax on another chapter of domestic calamity.
We last left our scene in a state of sensory dissonance, Daddy-O.
On one side of the planet, we had the groovy sister Pete, digging the morning sun in her favorite tie-dye skirt, sipping that hot Java juice and thinking all was right with the cosmos. But across the hall, the vibes were a stricken round. The venerable St. Don was improvising a solo he didn't mean to play. Started with a brag, sonic movement, radical talk. It wasn't just gas, my friends, it was a declaration of war. Watch the man attempt a frantic, clenched cheek wally, only to paint his cargo shorts a shade not found on any color. It ended with a splash, splattering the sound like a fire hose flowing gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a sharp, biblical now the door is closed for the as St. Don shouts out the top. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas mask and dig the scene. This is episode 2 of Nature Call, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn, Homer Freaky, and greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming mug of coffee. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dye skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. From the other room, her husband, the venerable St. Don Domenico Homofreakian, felt a different kind of morning greeting. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in pieces mud. Rattle. It was a long, sonorous fart, a true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chilling. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. But his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach. Cold sweat beaded his brow. This was no mere gasping. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated, digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Dawn. St. Dawn decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeful squeak quickly devolved into a rapid, sputtering squelch, a shot of biblical proportions. "Oh, honey," he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. "I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown." Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate cry, St. Dawn launched himself towards the bathroom. His movements a frantic, clenched cheek water. "It's coming!" he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man using a toilet and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive dialogue, St. Dawn's voice echoed with newfound wisdom. "Some people think it's funny," he yelled over the splashing, "but it's really brown and runny."
Whoa, Daddy-O! Can you dig that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom.
We saw our man, St. Dawn, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. And let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket.
That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any color wheel.
And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, some folks find the word T humorous. B-U-T-T. It's really brown and running.
A headache truth, indeed. But the beat goes on. The gut, it never sleeps. Just when you think the vibration has settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm. A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, babies. We're moving from the brown volcano to a little track we call Nature Calls. The Ballad of the Burrito. The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion. The obstacle? A broken throne that Peace, that baking goddess, has marked with a sign of danger. So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our homo-freakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime! Whoa, that was viscous. Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the philosophy of the porcelain. It was brown, and it was most definitely runny. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Validate the vibe, Daddy-O. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the homo-freaking lifestyle. And don't be a tourist in this lounge. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right, the brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito. We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
We're Kitty and the gang, all set to take flight. Leaving Earth Studios for a crazy gas night. Jump aboard the cosmic comber, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do? Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered quest for the funkiest flatulence, the very best.
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakium, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend, Kitty, at the helm of their ship, the Cosmic Comber, they set a course for the great blue